Chi. Chronos exhaled softly as his eyes slowly opened, shimmering with clarity and comprehension. Such a miraculous force, so similar to the inner energy from my previous life. Ever since the memories of his past life awakened, Chronos understood where he had been reborn. The Marvel Universe, a place teeming with gods, mutants, and galactic forces. At just 10 years old, Chronos had set off alone on a journey in pursuit of power. Whether it was a side effect of his reincarnation or some unknown cosmic blessing, Chronos found his mind sharpened beyond normal limits. His memory was photographic, his comprehension of knowledge nearly instant. Concepts others struggled with for years, he grasped in mere days. After several years of wandering, fortune smiled on him. A year ago, he stumbled upon the Tarot's secret realm, a hidden world where the ancient art of Qi had already been studied and mastered. Here, he found his first real chance to step onto the path of transcendence. Ironically, his name, Chronos, was also the name of a super god in Saint Seiya, a series he once cherished in his previous life. Perhaps it was fate. Inspired, he began researching the concept of the microcosm, the power of the cosmos within. As the months passed, his features matured, tall, striking, with sharp eyes and an otherworldly aura. If one looked closely, he resembled the very gods he once read about. "You truly are the most exceptional genius I've ever seen," said Li, her gaze filled with admiration. Throughout the long history of the Tarot's secret realm, none had risen as fast as Chronos. Not even her late sister, Ingnan, the dragon master who once defeated Su Wenwu and his 10 rings with nothing but mortal Qi. Ingnan's legend was unmatched, but she had fallen in battle against Su Wenwu's enemies. "Your praise is too generous," Chronos replied humbly, his eyes closing again. "Qi is far more profound than I imagined. Driven by the dream of awakening a true microcosm cultivation method, Chronos had spent the past months studying human biology. The body, he believed, was a miniature universe of its own, 120 trillion cells forming an intricate cosmic web. In this view, traditional cultivation and fantasy systems all pointed toward one truth: the boundless potential of the human form. But only one theory truly resonated with him: the concept of the microcosm from Saint Seiya, a power that turned the human body into a galaxy of explosive might. To awaken a microcosm, one had to push the body to its absolute physical limit. The Marvel Universe offered many shortcuts: genetic mutation, technological enhancement, gamma radiation, and more. But those methods distorted the natural body and tampered with DNA. They weren't paths Chronos wished to walk. He didn't want to be created by power. He wanted to cultivate it. Qi became his foundation. Day by day, Qi nourished his cells, strengthening him from the inside out. He envisioned a future where every cell in his body would be saturated with Qi, where his microcosmic cultivation would ignite. When that day comes, even galaxies will tremble. Chronos opened his eyes once more. The essence of the microcosm was cellular transcendence. If each of his cells could resonate with the fixed stars, he could command enough energy to shatter constellations. Just like the saints of Athena, those who could move faster than light, who could obliterate stars with a single blow. The twin galaxy starburst, the destruction of an entire galaxy's worth of stars. Athena's miracle, a Big Bang in human form. If those warriors existed in Marvel, each would rival or surpass Skyfather-level beings. Some might even stand equal to cosmic entities. "There's still a long way to go," Chronos murmured, looking up into the endless sky. Though his strength had already eclipsed most mortals, he had yet to break free from Earth's surface. At best, he was comparable to the Hulk in his early days. A far cry from gods. "You're just 18, and yet you've already come this far," Li said with a warm smile. When Chronos first arrived in the Tarot's secret realm as a 17-year-old outsider, many had viewed him with curiosity, but not hostility. He was young, respectful, and burning with determination. Li had been cautious at first. She observed him quietly for 6 months, measuring his character. Only when she was sure did she begin teaching him the true secrets of chi cultivation. And now, after just half a year of training, Chronos had reached the limits of what even the secret realm could offer. Without her dragon-empowered chi, Inli wasn't sure she could defeat him anymore. He had surpassed logic. He was walking a path no one had ever dared to chart. The path of chi-fueled divinity. It's time to leave. Chronos rose to his feet. At 18, he stood tall at 1.85 meters. His frame wasn't bulky, but every movement hinted at the power coiled beneath his skin. Lean muscle, tightly packed, honed by chi. His youthful features still carried a trace of softness, but the calm, steady gaze in his eyes made him seem far older. Inli watched him quietly. "Are you sure you're ready?" She had long known this day would come. The Tarot's secret realm was never meant to be his cage. Yet, she hadn't expected his departure so soon, barely 6 months since he began training. Chronos gave a firm nod. "My next stage of research requires more than what this realm can offer. It's time." He handed her a card. "This is my contact information. The world beyond Tarot has more to offer, and I hope you'll reach out when needed. Tarot's chi cultivation is excellent, but isolation leads to stagnation." Ingli accepted the card without hesitation. She could see it clearly now. Chronos wasn't just a prodigy. He was a tide destined to sweep across the world. Chronos himself understood what was coming. The Soul Eater, a devourer of civilizations, still slumbered, but its awakening was inevitable. In its complete form, it reached sub-god father levels of power. Chronos remembered the timeline clearly. It would not move until Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, and Odin both fell. Only then would it dare to tempt Su Wonwu into destruction. For now, it hid in silence. "All right," Ingli finally said. "Go." She didn't try to stop him. With Chronos' potential, he'd outgrown this pocket dimension faster than anyone could have imagined. If anyone could solve the realm's future crisis, it would be him. But Chronos had other goals too, ones far beyond Tarot. The small universe was still a theoretical cultivation path, one based on cosmic energy within the body. And its awakening was no easy feat. At the fifth sense, it offered a level equal to peak human capability, perfect physical control, complete mastery of the 5 senses. The 6th sense unlocked combat capabilities far beyond mortals, supersonic movement, precognition, awakening of supernatural potential. But it was the 7th sense where the microcosm truly came alive, where a single attack could rupture stars, where speed surpassed light, where even gods would take notice. The chasm between 6th and 7th was vast. To cross it, Chronos needed time and power. Tarot, being an ownerless dimensional plane anchored to Earth, held potential. If cultivated and refined, it could serve as a stepping stone, a base to rise from mortal to dimensional lord. But such a plan would take years. "It's time to return." Chronos turned his gaze westward. That way lay America. That way lay the wider world. According to the timeline, it was the year 2012, the beginning of the Marvel Age. The year the Avengers would form. The spark before the storm. He still had time, at least a decade before Thanos shattered everything. Chronos took his leave. Guided by Ingli, he offered a respectful farewell to the ancient dragon and the cultivators of the Tarot secret realm. As he stepped into the sunlight, the crisp morning breeze tousled his hair. The sky is high. The falcon must fly. The warmth of the real world greeted him. Under that early light, Chronos looked divine, a being blessed by heaven. His chi-enhanced body had already surpassed the limits of normal humans. His physical stats outclassed even Captain America. With a full chi burst, even Spider-Man might struggle against him now. He was ready, for the first phase at least. Though he didn't know which parallel universe branch of Marvel he'd landed in, he was confident. Before the cosmic wars began, the Earth was relatively safe. He had 10, maybe 15 years. Plenty of time. Chronos was still legally a U.S. citizen. Before he left as a child, he had assigned a professional manager to oversee the inheritance left by his parents. He had a home to return to, funds to support him, and connections to rebuild. 10 hours later, His plane touched down in New York. Chronos stepped off. I'm back. 8 years. The skyline hadn't changed much. The city still pulsed with life. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't touched in years. Ring. Boss. A voice answered with stunned disbelief. You're actually back? Aspros. That same Aspros, his first companion in this world. When they'd met, Aspros was a 16-year-old war orphan. Chronos had been just 11. The boy had found him in a shadowy alleyway, starving and nameless. It was Chronos who gave him a name, gave him food, gave him purpose. To Aspros, that moment felt like a divine encounter. And now, the god who vanished for 8 long years had returned.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Sir, long time no see. At the airport exit, Aspros was wearing a well-fitting suit with a smile on his handsome face. He looked at Chronos respectfully. After so many years, you still can't change this habit of yours. Chronos was also very happy to see Aspros again. But Chronos was a little helpless about Aspros' address, because Aspros thought it was a respect for him. Although he said it many times, he couldn't change it, so Chronos just let him go. Aspros followed him for almost 2 years. After the age of 18, Chronos sent Aspros to the United States on the grounds that the family business needed a trustworthy person to supervise. And Aspros did not disappoint Chronos' expectations. Now the 23-year-old Aspros is already a president who can stand on his own. At the age of 18, Aspros graduated from Harvard Business School in just 2 years. He joined Chronos' family business as CEO and gradually took over the industry that Chronos had entrusted to the professional manager. Now the industry in Chronos' hands is basically held by the professional manager and Aspros. Sir, did you succeed? Aspros looked at Chronos. They hadn't seen each other for almost 5 years. The Chronos in front of him was very different from the Chronos in his memory. Aspros also knew Chronos' pursuit and ideas. I succeeded in part, and I finally got started. Chronos had no idea to hide. After all, Aspros was very loyal to him. And after practicing Chi, Chronos could vaguely perceive a person's emotional fluctuations. For example, murderous intent, respect, and other emotions. In Aspros, Chronos only perceived respect. Great! Aspros seemed very excited. Don't worry, when I sort out the method of cultivation, you can also take this path. Chronos patted Aspros on the shoulder. During the conversation, the two got into the luxury car that had been waiting for a long time. My lord, this is the industrial report as of last month. Currently, our group holds % of Stark Industries shares. Osborne Enterprises shares. Chronos glanced at it and was a little surprised. When his parents passed away, they left a considerable inheritance. Because of the inheritance tax problem in the United States, less than half of it fell into Chronos' hands. Although only half is enough for Chronos to have no worries about food and drink for 10 lifetimes. But this is Marvel, so Chronos doesn't really care about money. In a world with extraordinary power, only power is the only right to speak. So Chronos threw those industries to professional managers without hesitation. As for whether they will be robbed, there is no need to worry about this, although the capitalists in the United States are very evil. However, the inheritance and professional managers are still strictly controlled. Moreover, Chronos has enough confidence, even if he cannot embark on the extraordinary road through cultivation. He can also obtain powerful strength through genetic modification. If he is really swallowed, Chronos has the strength to make the other party spit out 10 times. However, Chronos did not expect Aspros' business ability to be so outstanding. According to the report, since Aspros took over some industries last month, his wealth has increased by at least 10 times. In other words, Chronos' personal wealth has reached tens of billions of US dollars. Such a huge amount of wealth is not much even in the entire United States. And Aspros also found some war orphans according to Chronos' instructions, raised them in the name of Chronos, and sent them to various universities. Finally, they entered Chronos' company to work. Some talents with outstanding abilities were used for scientific research. Another part was cultivated into a violent group. Interesting. Chronos didn't expect that a casual action would bring him such a big gain. Although he knew that Aspro's ability was outstanding, he didn't expect it to be so outstanding. This is a genius. A person who could be defined as a genius in all senses. Are there any special talents among the war orphans you have collected? Chronos picked up another document. This is a list. There are hundreds of names listed on it. These are the war orphans collected by Aspros. Sir, I have been observing their understanding of Chi as you instructed. There are still some good talents among this batch of war orphans. What's their name? Chronos heard this and became interested. The Marvel world has never lacked special people. I haven't named them yet. Interesting. Chronos thought about it and thought that maybe he could rebuild the Zodiac in Marvel. The way to cultivate Chi is not a particularly secret thing. Many supernatural forces in this world have some understanding of Chi. The most typical one is the hand. Although it is a Japanese organization, their understanding of Chi has reached a superb level. It is not even much worse than tarot. What they lack is just the power of the dragon. The Chi that Aspros and others are practicing now was modified and sorted out by Chronos based on his own experience half a year ago. The purpose is to awaken the microcosm. Soon, Chronos looked out the window. Now he has reached the peak of the fifth sense. As long as the Chi in the cells is filled, the sixth sense is just around the corner. You must know that the gap between each level of the microcosm is very huge. The sixth sense can be said to be the beginning of the supernatural. In the world of Saint Seiya, just the awakening of the sixth sense of Takaki can teleport around the world. Definitely, this is also because the Jamil family is born with the ability of psychokinesis. With a complete inheritance, it will naturally be stronger than the Wild Way. But this also shows the gap between the sixth sense and the fifth sense. No matter how powerful the fifth sense is, it is still within the scope of humans. Don't look at the strong bodies of the Saint Seiya in the Sanctuary, who can easily smash boulders with their fists. But in front of the Saint Seiya, who has awakened the sixth sense microcosm, they are all trash. The sixth sense microcosm can easily smash atoms. The physical movement speed exceeds the speed of sound. With one punch, the earth sinks. Ridiculously strong. Aspros, let your men contact Dr. Banner. Also, is there any chance to get involved in the plan of the super soldier serum of Osborn Enterprises? Chronos asked. Banner is not mentioned, although there was a special channel in the previous life to show that Hulk's power came from the one under all things. But this stage, whether it is Banner or Hulk, it is obviously not in the eyes of that one. After all, not every Hulk in a parallel universe can be seen by the one under all things. There is only one Hulk, the god of destruction. So Chronos doesn't worry about being targeted. The more angry Hulk gets, the stronger he gets, which is somewhat consistent with the characteristics of the microcosm. So Chronos doesn't mind studying it. Another thing is the super soldier serum plan of Osborn Enterprises, although it failed from the results. But it is not a complete failure. After all, Green Goblin is also a Superman. Chronos studies these just to get a better understanding of the degree of energy absorption of cells. This is good for awakening the sixth sense. The process of creating a law from scratch is very difficult. Once you go the wrong way, it will be very difficult to go back. In the Marvel Universe, the sixth and seventh senses are relatively the most difficult to comprehend. But the eighth and ninth senses are much simpler, because the laws of the Marvel world are materialized. The way to express them is 6 infinite gems. As long as Chronos reaches the seventh sense, he can use the infinite gems to accelerate the process of comprehending the eighth and ninth senses. Sir, Dr. Banner has been missing since the last conflict with the military. It may be a little difficult to find Dr. Banner. As for Osborn Enterprises, we can contact them. As far as I know, Norman Osborn is almost at the end of his rope. Now, all the energy of Osborn Enterprises is on the Super Soldier Serum. They hope that the serum will be successful and win a large number of military orders. If this project fails, Osborn Enterprises may change hands, and Norman Osborn will definitely go bankrupt. Aspros thought for a moment and replied. In his opinion, both things are feasible. Try it. Chronos nodded. This is the benefit of the consortium. In the beautiful country where capital is king, as long as you have money, you have everything. You can even manipulate the presidential election. This is the charm of money. By the way, keep an eye on an organization called the Strategic Homeland Logistics and Support Agency. Chronos thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. It has been 10 years now, and Ludan's plan has been put on the agenda. If possible, Chronos is ready to get involved. Definitely not to please S.H.I.E.L.D. His main purpose is to contact Thor. The ultimate goal is to get a godhead in the Asgard domain. That is the godhead of the god of light Balder. It's strange. There are many gods related to darkness in the Marvel world. For example, Dormammu, King of Chaos, Null, etc. But there are very few gods related to light. The only one who is familiar is the god of light Balder. But the number of appearances is very few. In most parallel universes, this god is already dead. The second is another godhead of the goddess of death Hela, the goddess of dawn. If he wants to reach the level of Chronos in the Saint Seiya, it is absolutely necessary to condense his own godhead. And the gods in the Marvel world, although not very powerful, also have some special powers. By the way, sir, there's one more thing. Aspros said to Chronos. What is it? Chronos was a little curious. The things that the Sanctuary Consortium did on the surface were basically already in the documents. It's the other world. The Consortium has had some conflicts with the Blood Clan recently. It's quite a big fight. The Consortium's power in the other world has been impacted. After hearing what Aspros said, Chronos was not surprised. The Sanctuary Consortium has developed to this extent, and it must have been involved in the other world. And the Sanctuary Consortium has risen very quickly. The major forces in the other world are eyeing the fat piece of meat of the Sanctuary Consortium. In recent years, the conflict between the Sanctuary Consortium and the major forces in the other world has intensified. If it weren't for the strong financial support of the Sanctuary Consortium, it would have been swallowed up long ago. After all, the Sanctuary Consortium is just a simple investment company. Although it holds shares in major companies, its power is not that great. In other words, it doesn't matter who is in charge of the Sanctuary Consortium. Behind the Stark Group stands S.H.I.E.L.D., and behind Osborn and Hammer and other groups stands the military. This is why the Sanctuary Consortium is so popular. A company with strong capital but no background will definitely have many people coveting it. Blood Clan, contact Blade and tell him that I want to meet him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so Blade is still worth winning over. Blood Clan was indeed very powerful in the feudal era. It was even able to dominate the replacement of human dynasties. In the eyes of Blood Clan, humans are nothing more than food. They define humans as the bottom creatures of the food chain. However, with the development of the times and technology, the living space of Blood Clan has been greatly compressed. In the past, humans ate raw meat and drank blood, and could only fight against Blood Clan with their flesh and blood, so they were naturally not opponents of Blood Clan. However, the emergence of technology has greatly narrowed the gap between the two. The weaknesses of Blood Clan have been infinitely magnified. So far, Blood Clan has to sign a peace agreement with humans. For example, they cannot disrupt social order. They have even reached cooperation agreements with some large financial groups and senior national leaders. After all, the temptation of a mortal species is an irresistible temptation for some powerful people whose lifespans are approaching. Although Blood Clan is now on the decline, it should not be underestimated. After all, Blood Clan still has an ancestor Dracula. According to Marvel's classification, Dracula is a level sub-godfather. He is in the same echelon as Thanos. If you compare them in this way, you will know how strong Dracula is. And the source of Dracula's power is the Dark Book. To some extent, Dracula has the potential of a father. In a parallel universe, Dracula once ruled the Earth. He wiped out the Avengers and turned all creatures on Earth into vampires. As one of the few Daywalkers in BloodClan, Blade also has a deadly feud with BloodClan. It is completely possible to connect. Blade, I know, sir. Aspros had heard of this name. He also knew the deterrent power of this person in the BloodClan. They had contacted each other before, but Blade didn't trust humans or the BloodClan. He was used to being alone in the team. By the way, if he doesn't want to come, tell him that I know who killed his mother. Chronos added. Then he explained some things and went to the villa that Aspros had prepared for him. It was the same as the villa of Iron Man Tony Stark. Chronos' villa was also in the form of a manor. There was only one family within a few kilometers. It was full of agencies and security. Although Aspros knew Chronos' strength, but there should be security. After all, it was impossible for Chronos to handle some small things. Chronos was still very satisfied with the environment of the Villa Manor. Then Chronos closed his eyes and began to meditate. He collected a lot of information about the small universe. In essence, the microcosm is the excavation of one's own potential, and it uses the 8 senses of Buddhism. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body are the most basic 5 senses. When these 5 senses are trained to the peak, they will be exposed to the 6th sense. The 6th sense is also called the heart sense, but it is different from the 8 senses of traditional Buddhism. The 8 senses of the Saint Seiya's microcosm, starting from the 6th sense, will have very powerful power. And as long as the 6th sense is awakened, it can have the power to manipulate elements and awaken super abilities. The Saint Seiya can smash atoms after the 6th sense. Just a little bit. Chronos closed his eyes, but his heart was extremely calm. With the blessing of Qi, his 5 senses have reached the peak of a human. Whether it is vision, hearing, or smell, they have reached an extremely powerful level. If you have to describe it, it is probably a weakened version of Superman's 5 senses. As long as Chronos wants to know the movements within a radius of tens of kilometers, he can know them completely. This is the power of the 5 senses at their peak. Still a little short? Chronos opened his eyes. He clearly felt that the 6th sense was within reach, but he just couldn't break through. Is it because my mental power is too strong? Chronos frowned. The essence of the 6th sense is linked to mental power, and Chronos' mental power is very strong. Maybe it's because of 2 lives. But so far, Chronos still doesn't know how to mobilize his mental power. As long as he can mobilize his mental power, he can control the elements and supernatural powers, and the cells can complete the storage of Qi in the shortest time, so as to achieve the degree of life transition. Kamar Taj, Chronos thought of the most in-depth research on mental power in the Marvel world. Kamar Taj, that is, the Holy Place. The Holy Place was originally an organization created by Vishani to protect humans on Earth from harassment from the dimension Mephista. The first sorcerer, Supreme Agamotto, is the 2nd generation of ancient gods. He is the son of Ashutu, one of the 4 ancient gods of multi-universe creation. He is also a dimensional Mephista in essence. However, Agamotto, Ashutu, and Hogs are gods of white magic. They are fundamentally different from black magic gods such as Dormammu and Scython. Sure enough, I still have to get in touch with Ancient One. Chronos sighed helplessly. In many novels in the previous life, Ancient One has been mythical, although Ancient One's strength is indeed very strong. He can be regarded as one of the strongest sorcerer supremes since Agamotto. But Ancient One's strength is far from reaching the multi-universe level. Even the white-bearded old man Ancient One in the comics, the strongest strength is probably only level single universe. In most parallel universes, Ancient One's strength is level Godfather. He is comparable to Odin, who is known as the Lord of the 9 Realms. He is one of the strongest among the level Godfathers. However, there is one thing that needs to be added. That is, the Ancient One in the Marvel comics is not blessed by the Time Gem. In addition, the Eye of Agamotto is not only a tool to seal the Time Gem. It was originally an extremely powerful artifact. Whether it is the Ancient One in the comics or the Ancient One in the MCU, they are both very powerful. There is no doubt about that. In many fan fictions, as long as the Ancient One finds the so-called time traveler, he will come to arrest him. In fact, he will not. The essence of the Ancient One is responsible for the dimension Mephista. As long as you don't destroy the Earth or wipe out all mankind, the Ancient One will basically not look at you. Even if he knows your existence, he will not intervene. This is the diversity of Marvel. Otherwise, there would not be so many multi-universes, except for the direction of the sacred timeline, which is controlled by the Time Administration. The rest of the multi-universes are free to evolve. It seems that I must go to the holy place. Chronos made up his mind. At this stage, Chronos does not want to contact the Ancient One, but on the entire Earth, only Kamartaj's magic book is the most comprehensive. Now, he urgently needs data on mental power. Even Tarot can't help him in this regard. Although Tarot seals creatures such as Soul Eater that specialize in devouring souls. But Tarot has no means to exercise mental power. More of it is about practicing with chi. Ding! The ringing of the phone interrupted Chronos' meditation. What's wrong? Chronos didn't check the caller ID, but directly answered the phone and asked. At this stage, only Aspros can contact him directly. Sir, we have contacted Blade. The other party wants to meet you tonight. It seems that the news of his mother is very important to him. Tell the other party. Yes. Tell me after the location is booked. Chronos admired Blade's swiftness. After all, everyone's time is time, and it is best to save it. Under Aspro's arrangement, Chronos and Blade met in an unknown villa at 10 o'clock that night. I heard that you know something about my mother. Blade went straight to the point. Although it was late at night, Blade still had his iconic sunglasses on his face. Definitely. Chronos responded lightly. What do you want? Blade looked at Chronos. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was dangerous. Much more dangerous than any vampire he had ever faced. Cooperation, you and Blood Clan will never stop fighting. Our Sanctuary Consortium also has conflicts with Blood Clan. As long as you can reach a cooperation with the Sanctuary Consortium and help the Sanctuary Consortium fight against Blood Clan in the other world, I can tell you about your mother. Hearing what Chronos said, Blade was a little surprised. Excuse me, a strong man like you should not be afraid of Blood Clan. In Blade's opinion, Chronos' strength is enough to crush most of the Blood Clans. Even if the Blood Clans come in groups, they may not be Chronos' opponents. For such a deal, the other party does not seem to want any benefits. Blood Clan is not as simple as you think. So do you agree to this deal? Happy cooperation. Blade had no reason not to agree. Chronos, you seem to know a lot about Blood Clan. After the cooperation was reached, Blade asked. The head of the Sanctuary Consortium, Chronos, was much younger than he thought. He looked no more than 20 years old. He was able to run a company like the Sanctuary Consortium at this age. Blade knew that the other party was not simple. What's more, Blade could sense the fatal crisis coming from Chronos. If the other party had not been hostile, Blade would not even want to stay in front of Chronos. I don't know much. I just know some about the origin of Blood Clan. I also learned about this by accident. Can you tell me about it? After hearing what Chronos said, Blade became interested. About the origin of Blood Clan. To know the origin of Blood Clan, even the elders of Blood Clan did not know. The only one who knew the origin of Blood Clan might be Dracula, the ancestor of Blood Clan, who was not sure whether he really existed. You should know Dracula, the ancestor of Blood Clan. This is the founder of Blood Clan. Chronos said to Blade. In a parallel universe, Blade defeated Dracula when he was cleaning up Blood Clan. As a Daywalker, Blade has outstanding potential. I know, but I don't know if he really exists. Maybe it's just a history made up by those old antiques of Blood Clan. Blade's understanding of Blood Clan is still superficial. Before meeting Deacon, he got Blade, and he didn't know how powerful Blood Clan was. In other words, Blade was lucky. If the one who inherited the blood god in the original book was not Deacon, a halfway Blood Clan, but a pure-blooded Blood Clan, Blade would definitely be torn into pieces. The power of the blood god inherited by the pure-blooded Blood Clan and the mixed-blood Blood Clan is very different. So Blade also doubted whether Dracula really existed, because the legend of Dracula has been circulating for at least thousands of years. However, Blade encountered blood clans that had lived for hundreds or thousands of years while hunting blood clans. And from those blood clans, Blade learned that Dracula, the ancestor of blood clans, had never appeared. This means that Dracula has disappeared for at least 1,000 years. Dracula, the ancestor of blood clans, really exists, but he is strictly speaking the second generation of blood clans. The true origin of Blood Clan is a book that can bewitch all living things in the world. It is also a book that integrates black magic. Chronos naturally knew about the existence of the Dark Book. As a backup left by Sison in the real dimension, the danger level of this book is quite high. The Dark Book is also a very famous artifact in Marvel. Blade did not expect that the power of Blood Clan actually came from a book. Yes, Dracula's immortality comes from this book. He just got bored after so many years, so he sealed himself. But he is immortal, so he cannot be killed. The sunlight, silver weapons, or other things that have the ability to restrain the Blood Clan that you are familiar with. For Dracula, they're all toys. The only thing that can restrain Dracula is that book. That book can give Dracula immortal divinity and powerful power, and it can naturally take it back. Chronos said meaningfully. Blade knew very well that the other party said this specifically for him. It can give Dracula powerful strength and immortal life. You can imagine how dangerous this book is. But Chronos did not tell him that even Dracula did not know that his power came from the Dark Book, because his power was actually given to him by a remnant of Atlantis. That remnant of Atlantis was the great magician who had really come into contact with the Dark Book. But like Dracula, the other party was tired of a long life. That's why he gave all his power to Dracula. Then there's the news about your mother. Chronos told Blade everything he knew. So you mean I can't stop the blood god sacrifice ceremony, but I have to promote it? Blade was a little surprised. That's right. With your current strength, let alone Dracula, even the second and third generation blood clan under Dracula, you are not a match. If you don't find a way to increase your strength, your title as a vampire hunter is a joke. Chronos spoke bluntly. After hearing this, Blade fell into silence. Although the Blood Clan gave him powerful power, sometimes he would rather be an ordinary person. This is my private number. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can contact me. Chronos left his phone number. After all, he is his ally, and he can provide some help when necessary. I know, if there's really a need, I won't be polite. Blade looked at the business card and put it away solemnly. Some of the news he learned tonight caught him off guard. But overall, this trip was worth it. Sir, there is news about Dr. Banner. Oh, Chronos didn't expect Aspros to move so quickly. Banner took great pains to hide his whereabouts. Even SHIELD and the military of the United States could not find his trace for a while. It can only be said that snakes have their own ways and rats have their own ways. Because of the policy of the Sanctuary Foundation to place orphans, many countries have expeditions from the Sanctuary Foundation. Last time you said you wanted to find Dr. Banner's trace, so I issued a non-mandatory task to those expeditions. Just now, an expedition in Africa reported the news. They said they saw Dr. Banner. Aspros seemed to have guessed Chronos' doubts. Interesting, this can be regarded as an unexpected reward. Chronos smiled. He was very curious about Hulk, not only because of OBA under all things. More importantly, the setting that the angrier Hulk is, the stronger he is. In Chronos' memory, Hulk has had many forms, and the more angry he is, the stronger he is. For example, the original Hulk, the Green Emperor, the God of Destruction, the Four-Handed Hulk, the Starship Hulk, etc. What Chronos is curious about is the genetic form of Hulk. What kind of changes can make Hulk have seemingly endless power? This is very important for Chronos to develop the microcosm. Although there are as many as 120 trillion cells in the human body, most of them are very fragile. It is very difficult to use these cells to store extraordinary powers, such as chi. It is definitely not impossible. So Chronos wants to understand the operation mode of the gamma power in Hulk's body. Maybe it can be a little inspiration for the microcosm of the seventh sense. If it doesn't work, we can only follow the original idea. In Chronos' view, the sixth sense is already a matter of course. As long as he gets the spiritual magic inheritance of the supreme holy place of Kamartaj. But the subsequent seventh sense, eighth sense, etc., still need to be studied and explored. Under Aspro's arrangement, Chronos boarded the plane to find Banner. According to the original plot, Banner would live in seclusion there for many years. Until he accidentally cut his hand, he exposed his location, and had a conflict with the military. But during these years, Banner was not always in seclusion. He was also trying to find a way to solve the Hulk problem. This can be seen from Mr. Lawn. Mr. Lawn himself is also a scientific madman, and he was once committed to helping Banner solve Hulk. But unfortunately, because of hatred, Hulk's blood flowed into the brain, became the leader, became one of the few opponents in Hulk's life, and the strongest opponent. Riding the plane of the Sanctuary Consortium, Chronos came to the town where Banner was without any obstacles. Because of the adoption of orphans by the Sanctuary Consortium in recent years, the Sanctuary Consortium has become very famous all over the world. So many countries welcome the investment of the Sanctuary Consortium. Application for routes is commonplace. As long as you apply, you will definitely pass. Except for a few special countries, the Sanctuary Consortium can move freely throughout the world. This is also the importance of a good reputation. Banner is really good at hiding. Chronos glanced at the surrounding environment. It can't be said to be very good. It can only be said to be similar to the slums. But it is understandable that only such a mixed place can cover his tracks well. Looking at the address and the information, Chronos came to Banner's door. Bang, bang. As the door was knocked, the atmosphere froze instantly. Dr. Banner, I have no ill will towards you. Maybe I can help you control Hulk. Chronos could feel Banner's nervous and suppressed breathing in the room. So he spoke first. Who are you? How did you find me? After a moment of silence, Banner still opened the door. Introduce yourself, the actual helmsman of the Sanctuary Consortium. Chronos. Chronos briefly introduced himself. What is your purpose in looking for me? Banner looked at the man in front of him vigilantly. Nearly perfect appearance and body proportions. Extraordinary temperament. He is also the helmsman of the Sanctuary Consortium. He couldn't understand why such a person would look for him. It's simple cooperation. You help me complete the research, and I will help you control Hulk. Chronos directly explained his purpose. If you calculate the time, Banner was exposed during this period of time. So Chronos decided to cut the Gordian knot. Cooperation. You want to study Hulk. Banner understood what Chronos meant almost instantly. It can't be said to be research. It can only be said that I am curious about the source of Hulk's power. Definitely. I'm not very interested in your power. I don't want two personalities to fight for one body. Chronos explained. During the time when Chronos and Banner were talking, Tony, who was far away in the Middle East, was facing the biggest crisis of his first half of life. The convoy of the experimental missile was exposed for some reason, and all the convoy except Tony were killed. This incident was quickly reported back to the United States, causing quite a sensation. After all, Stark Industries is one of the best companies in the United States. It is also the heart of the military. The weapons produced by Stark Industries are of high quality, powerful, and most importantly, leading. Tony's disappearance in the experiment of the new weapon will obviously be attributed to the military's negligence. So now the top military officials are very troubled. They all sent their troops to look for Tony. There was no body of Tony in the convoy, so they had reason to believe that Tony was not dead. However, Chronos and Banner, who were in Africa, did not know about this. How about it? Dr. Banner, you can consider my suggestion. After listening to Chronos' words, Banner's heart was shaken. Although Mr. Blue, who had contacted before, was also helping him solve the Hulk problem. But it is obvious that the promise of the head of the Sanctuary Consortium is more convincing. And with the influence of the Sanctuary Consortium, even if the military wants to target him, they need to consider it. At least it will not be put on the surface. The premise is that he does not hang around in front of the military. But now Banner's only worry is the blood sample he sent to Mr. Lawn. Definitely, I agree to cooperate. Banner finally agreed to Chronos' invitation. During the years of escape, Banner's mental pressure was very high. He was afraid anytime and anywhere, afraid that he would turn into Hulk if he was not careful. Banner always had a feeling. If he did not control it, maybe one day when Hulk came out, he would never come back. Then the problem we have to solve now is the tube of blood sample you sent out. I will invite Mr. Lawn in the name of the Sanctuary Consortium. If he really wants to solve the problem for you, he should not refuse the invitation of our Sanctuary Consortium. Chronos said. Through the conversation just now, Chronos knew that Banner had contacted Mr. Blue a long time ago. The two had been discussing gamma rays and Hulk's transformation, and the communication lasted for 2 or 3 years. Until recently, Mr. Blue finally convinced Banner. He sent his blood sample. This was also one of the things Banner regretted in the future. Because of this blood sample, 2 supervillains, Abomination and the Leader, were created. We should go. According to you, your position has been exposed. Chronos was not going to stay here for too long. Okay. Banner took a look at the room where he had lived for several years, and there was nothing to miss. Then the two boarded the Sanctuary Consortium's special plane. Under the cover of the Sanctuary Consortium, Banner quietly returned to New York City. This is the laboratory built for you by the Sanctuary Consortium. In a manor villa in New York City, Aspros was introducing the laboratory dedicated to Banner. The boss said that this place is reserved for you. It includes the gym, study, bedroom, laboratory, and other facilities. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time, and I will arrange for someone to send it to you. But if you want to go out, it may be a little difficult. I hope you can understand this. Aspros looked at Banner with a serious tone. He naturally knew that Banner was Hulk, the Hulk who once fought against the military. In his heart, Chronos was very powerful. But honestly, he didn't think that the current Chronos could beat Hulk. That was a monster that even the military's heavy weapons could ignore. Maybe one day in the future, Chronos will achieve his own breakthrough and be able to compete with Hulk. Don't worry, I know. This is already very good. Before Banner and Chronos reached a cooperation, Chronos made all the precautions clear. He naturally knew what he needed to pay. The environment here is much better than the environment he lived in the past few years. By the way, we want to find Mr. Lawn according to the contact information you gave us. The Holy Land Consortium can no longer invite the other party openly. This is also to avoid your identity being exposed. So after the other party accepts the invitation, he will live here with you. Chronos added, and then left the manor villa. Aspros, find a way to control Mr. Lawn. Banner's identity cannot be exposed. I will go to Kamar Taj during this period. If there is anything, wait until I come back. After arranging Banner's affairs, Chronos prepared to go to the holy place. Although I don't know if the Ancient One will meet him. But this is currently the fastest way to break through the sixth sense. With the current strength, facing the rampaging Hulk, it is still a little short. But if he breaks through the sixth sense, Chronos can hang up the current Hulk and beat him. Sir, is it really okay to leave Dr. Banner there like this? What if Hulk goes berserk? Aspros said to Chronos with some concern. Don't worry, Banner won't go berserk unless you stimulate him. Chronos was not worried at all. Even if Hulk went berserk, he would lose a manor villa at most. But Banner at this stage should be considered the most stable period of time. As long as there is no special stimulation, the possibility of going berserk is not high. Chronos remembered that Mr. Lawn had successfully suppressed Hulk's consciousness once. Although it was only that one time. Mr. Lawn, don't take him to the manor villa before I come back. Chronos instructed. I know. Aspros nodded, indicating that he understood. Then Chronos boarded the plane and headed to the holy place where Kamar Taj was. Although there's a holy place in New York that can lead directly to Kamar Taj. But that holy place has a barrier. Ordinary people cannot get close to it. And even if they get close, they will subconsciously avoid it. Although there is a specific address, if you're not a magician from the holy place, you can't go in at all, unless someone takes you. It's better to be sincere when visiting Sorcerer Supreme for the first time. I should be the first time to visit Sorcerer Supreme. Chronos thought silently in his heart. Time passed. Chronos soon came to the location of Kamartaj and found the entrance to the holy place. Just as Chronos was about to go in, a sense of crisis came over him. Swish! Chronos kicked the ground with both feet and left the door of Kamartaj at a very fast speed. Crack! Crack! The sound of broken glass appeared out of thin air. Mirror space. Chronos didn't expect that he would be covered by the mirror space before he even walked into the door of Kamartaj. Then a magician in a yellow magician robe appeared in front of Chronos, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Ancient One. Chronos stared at the figure in front of him. Although the opponent did not make any moves, the oppressive aura was still transmitted. Bang! Chronos stomped his feet on the ground. One step at a time. The ground was torn wherever he passed, leaving holes and cracks of different file sizes. In ancient boxing, there's a saying that power comes from the ground. Such extreme stomping on the ground, combined with Chronos' current physical fitness and state. With one punch, even a tank armor 10 centimeters thick can be punched through. Bang! The sound of collision sounded. Facing Chronos' attack, the magician on the opposite side did not dodge or evade. The magic circle condensed on his hands. Chronos' fierce offensive fists were completely blocked, and the opponent did not retreat a step, as expected of Marvel's famous melee magician. Ridiculously strong, Chronos felt the feedback of the blows on his fists. The more he fought, the more excited he became. This was the first time he had truly used all his strength since reaching the peak of his 5 senses. Although Chronos' speed had not yet broken the speed of sound, it was at least over 100 meters per second. In a mirror space, Chronos flashed and attacked in every corner, and the yellow-robed magician had always been passively defending. He had never launched an active attack. So fast, just when Chronos was getting excited, a yellow light appeared in front of Chronos. It was a fist wrapped in a magic circle. Chronos could only raise his hands and barely defend. Bang! The light of the magic circle shattered. A weak wave of air fluctuated. Chronos flew backwards directly. He smashed many buildings in the mirror space. You're pretty good. A female-like voice came from the magician robe. Huh? It's the MCU version of Ancient One. Chronos, who had landed, heard this voice. He knew that this version of Ancient One was not the one in the comics, but the Ancient One in the MCU. He was also the Sorcerer Supreme who died because of the expensive special effects. I know why you came. Ancient One lifted the hat on his head, revealing a gentle face. However, through the identity of Ancient One, Chronos was sure of one thing. That is, the universe he was in was more similar to the parallel universe of MCU. That is, the parallel universe without Mutant and Fantastic Four. Relatively speaking, the risk factor was much less. Chronos had already guessed about this, because he had wandered around the world for many years in pursuit of power. But in all these years, he had never heard of Mutant, so he already had a guess. It was just that the Ancient One in front of him confirmed his guess. Sorcerer Supreme, I hope to borrow the book about the soul from the holy place. Although Ancient One said he knew his purpose, Chronos still had to emphasize it. After all, this was related to his future development. Ancient One looked at Chronos meaningfully. Are you interested in becoming the Sorcerer Supreme? The Ancient One did not answer Chronos' question directly. He asked instead. This sentence made Chronos stunned. Me? Yes, you. As long as you become the Sorcerer Supreme, all the books in Kamartaj will be open to you, including the book of Vishanti. And you can also use the holy place to build the sanctuary you want. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The Ancient One looked at Chronos in front of him and said, Have you seen my future? Chronos said in a serious tone, The future is not immutable. You choose to succeed the Sorcerer Supreme, and you don't. That's a completely different future. The Ancient One said lightly. Why me? Chronos actually wanted to say, Don't you have Strange as the candidate for the Sorcerer Supreme? Why did you find him? Because you are better than Strange. In most multi-universes, Strange is the well-deserved successor to the Sorcerer Supreme. But there are exceptions occasionally. The Ancient One said directly. Chronos fell silent. What the Ancient One said makes sense. The most complete magic record is in Camartage. Although most of Marvel's magic is borrowed magic, there are undoubtedly many advantages. At least for him now, it is of great help. And as long as he breaks through the sixth sense of the microcosm and awakens the real power of the microcosm, he has the confidence to take the position of Sorcerer Supreme. But being bound all the time is not what Chronos wants. I'm sorry, Sorcerer Supreme. Please allow me to refuse. After thinking about it, Chronos still rejected the Ancient One's proposal. Really, that's a pity. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of the Ancient One. But she's not a person who likes to force others. In that case, let's make a deal. Camartage books can be open to you. I can even help you. But you must promise to take action 3 times when Camartage or the Earth is in danger of extinction. Ancient One said meaningfully. Okay, I agree. This request was not difficult at all in Chronos' eyes. Come in. Ancient One unlocked the mirror space. He and Chronos fell into the hall of Camartage at the same time. Your microcosm system is very mature. If I hadn't seen it before in my multi-universe travels, I would even think it was just a system developed by a great god. Ancient One took Chronos to the library and said to him as he walked, "You really know." Chronos was not surprised. After all, this is a big guy who likes to observe the timeline whenever he has time. And the time gem is also sealed in the Eye of Agamotto on his chest. You have a strong understanding. From the beginning of the universe to now, all creatures that have walked out of their own systems have become the top powers in the multi-universe. My observation of your future is not comprehensive, because when you achieve multi-universe, time has already lost its power on you. Chronos heard the words of Ancient One, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He only heard 4 words, achieve multi-universe. That is to say, he succeeded. This is just a possibility I observed, not to say that you will definitely reach that level. Ancient One naturally knew what Chronos was thinking. Don't worry, I understand. Chronos took a deep breath and calmed his inner emotions. Now he has not broken through the sixth sense, and he is still far from reaching the multi-universe level. Here are all the spiritual books of Camartage. You can read it at will. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Ancient One said to Chronos. He values Chronos more than strange. Can I experience astral projection once? Chronos looked at Ancient One. Ancient One's astral projection can be said to be a signature skill. It can completely separate a person's soul from the body, and it can also retain the original consciousness. Definitely. As he spoke, Ancient One slapped Chronos on the chest. Buzz! Chronos' soul was directly knocked out of his body. What a magical feeling. Is this the soul? Chronos looked at his body lying on the ground, his eyes full of shock. Although the soul and body were separated, Chronos could still feel the connection between the two. The power of the soul is very mysterious. It is also very powerful. You are developing in the right direction. But for soul manipulation, you need to be enlightened yourself. My experience does not apply to you. Ancient One said to Chronos. I understand. After that, Chronos' soul returned to his body. I have seen the road ahead. Chronos looked confident. He has never been as confident as he is now. Then I won't bother you. Ancient One turned and left the library, in order that no one is allowed to come in and disturb. All the magicians in the holy place are very curious. Who is Chronos? Why does the Sorcerer Supreme pay so much attention to him? Sure enough, only professional books from Hyde are useful. Chronos looked at the book in his hand and felt greatly inspired. In fact, Chronos' mental power is not weak at all. On the contrary, it is very strong. It's just that he doesn't know how to use it. Camartage books gave him a guiding light. It took Chronos about a week to fully understand these books. The process of practice and consultation took another week. At the moment, Chronos has reached the key node of the microcosm breakthrough. The sixth sense of the microcosm is essentially the use of mental power. The sixth sense is also called heart perception. Chronos sat cross-legged and fell into meditation. Outside the secret room, It was the magician king who was protecting him. Such a strong mental fluctuation. The king sat outside the room and felt the mental fluctuation of Chronos. Such a strong and violent mental fluctuation. The king had only perceived it on the body of Ancient One. That was an event of expelling the devil from hell. Although Ancient One just waved his hand, he solved the devil. But the king knew that if he went up, he would be seriously injured if not dead. What an amazing ability. During this period, there were constant discussions in the holy place. It was said that the Ancient One magician wanted to pass the position of Sorcerer Supreme to that young man. Many great magicians felt mixed emotions because they had been in the holy place for many years. If the Ancient One magician really stepped down, many people felt that they also had the opportunity to become the Ancient One magician. Among them, the most intense reactions were Caecilius and Mordo. The two usually looked at Chronos with noses that were not noses and eyes that were not eyes. Anyway, they didn't like him no matter how they looked at him. But even they had to admit that Chronos was an extremely outstanding magic genius. Such a profound magic of the soul way was completely mastered in just half a month. And the other party was not a pure magician. Practicing the soul way was only for the sake of one's own journey. In the past half month, Chronos had sparred with many magicians, in addition to feeling the so-called power of magic. I am more familiar with the use of soul power. Many magicians in the holy place were shocked by the strength displayed by Chronos. It was just pure physical strength. It was able to restrain their magic. Chronos, who had developed his 5 senses to the extreme, responded very well. In addition to the absolute strength crushing, in the same level, or when the strength was similar, Chronos basically won. Such strength also made Chronos unknowingly recognized by many people in the holy place. In the secret room, Chronos had already perceived the fluctuation of mental power. The next step is the combination of mental power and chi. The essence of the microcosm is the development of body cells. It is called a microcosm because the cells that make up the human body are very similar to the structure of the universe. Scientists in the previous life also proposed this theory. It said that the universe is essentially a huge amount of life. All the stars are just the cells of this life. But this theory was denied, because humans can't imagine what kind of life can be so powerful. In the world of Saint Seiya, the source of the microcosm is the super god Chronos who lives at the end of all things and the end of time. This super god is the creator god of the Saint Seiya world. The end of all things. Time has an end when it reaches him. Space has an end when it reaches him. No entity, but ridiculously powerful. It is said that Chronos has the 10th sense that surpasses all living beings. But no one knows what this 10th sense is. Even the super microcosm Omega that awakened the power of all living beings and the faith of living beings. In the end, it lost to Chronos. Combining these two theories, isn't it the combination of body and soul? The universe represents the body, and Chronos has no entity, but represents the soul. This is the essence of the microcosm as he understands it. Now what Marvel Chronos has to do is to perfectly combine his soul with his body. Let every cell in his body be infiltrated by the power of the soul. In this way, with just one thought, Chronos can mobilize the power of 120 trillion cells in his body. As long as the power stored in the cells is strong enough, Chronos can be comparable to God, even surpass God, although the energy stored in the cells is still very weak. But if one day, when Chronos is strong enough, every cell in his body stores energy equivalent to a fixed star, galaxy starburst, Athena marveled that these skills are no longer legends, but reality. Soul power constantly covers the body. Under the cover of Chronos' soul power, the internal organs become extremely clear. Chronos can even clearly perceive the speed of his blood flow. As the soul power continues to cover, Chronos feels that he can control the frequency of his heartbeat and the speed of blood flow. Buzz! A brand new world opened the door to Chronos. Is this the world of the soul? At the moment in Chronos' eyes, the world became colorful. He seemed to be able to perceive all the elements in nature. and he could control these elements. Incredible. Chronos couldn't believe his eyes. Boom! Boom! The sound of heartbeats spread. Chronos felt that his life seemed to be sublimated. Finally, it has been initially achieved. Chronos opened his eyes. The sixth sense of the microcosm broke through at this moment. Under the control of the soul power, all the cells in Chronos' body began to store gas. However, the cells that Chronos can control now are limited, and he can only control some larger cells. So it can only be regarded as the initial stage of the sixth sense. When my soul power is strong enough, I will be able to control 120 trillion cells in my body. At that time, it should be the peak of the sixth sense. The soul power that has just broken through obviously cannot cover all the cells in the body. But Chronos knows that he has seen the way forward. If he continues to go as he thought, then when he can control all the cells in his body, at least he will have the combat power comparable to those subfathers. As for Level Godfather, Chronos had only heard of it, never seen it. Those movies and TV shows in his previous life could not show the power of Level Sub-Godfather at all. So Chronos now has no idea of how powerful the Heavenly Father is. In the last battle with Ancient One, it was a question whether the opponent had used 1,000th of his strength. You succeeded. Ancient One's voice sounded in Chronos' ears. Yes, it succeeded. Chronos opened his eyes, full of surprise. Although he had just broken through the sixth sense, his current strength was not a problem to beat 100 of his previous selves. The breakthrough of the sixth sense is not an exaggeration to say that it is a life leap. Under the micromanipulation of the soul power, many fighting abilities that only exist in the imagination of the microcosm have the possibility of being exerted. And the whole body has been baptized. The physical body is strengthened, the recovery ability is strengthened, and even the lifespan is extended. Under the manipulation of the soul power, the speed of cell division can be slowed down. This is also the reason why the Saint Seiya, who has comprehended the microcosm, can live for 200 or 300 years. The reason why the Saint Seiya world is not shown is because there are too many holy wars. The Saint Seiya in the Sanctuary is either fighting or on the way to fight, and the opponents are almost all strong men of the same level or gods. So everyone died young. But those Saint Seiya who survived, even in the Holy War, after 243 years, they're still full of energy and have good combat power. Some special secret methods can even make people live for 1,000 years. For example, Tonghu in the original SS. Let's put aside the setting of the divine blood in LC. Just look at Tonghu in the SS world. He was taught the art of fake death by the gods, and his heartbeat is only 100,000 times a year. It is equivalent to the number of heartbeats of a person in a day. 243 years is just 243 days for Tonghu. If it weren't for the Holy War, Tonghu would have sat in the Wu Lao Peak waterfall for 1,000 years. For him, it was only about 3 years. And in Saint Seiya LC, there is the setting of divine blood. Chronos, the last generation of Aquarius Saint. He didn't have the art of fake death of the gods, but just accepted the blood of the gods. He lived for more than 500 years easily. He fought 2 holy wars, and he also used the thought body to suppress the rebellion of the saints of Bailey and Sage. So the practice of the microcosm has the effect of prolonging life. It is not the so-called practice of overdrawing life. Chronos, who broke through the sixth sense, has been strengthened in all aspects. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a hexagonal warrior. Very good power. You really walked an unprecedented path. Ancient One looked at Chronos in front of him in amazement. This is another path different from technology, genetic mutation, magic, and the path of God. It belongs to the power that humans can cultivate. It is not like magic, which requires borrowing power from a higher level of strong people. It is not like technology, which requires extremely high wisdom. It does not need to change its body shape and appearance like genetic mutation. It is a brand new practice. It attributes the great power to oneself. And he also absorbed the longevity advantage of Qi and other methods. Ancient One lived for more than 500 years. She had to admit that Chronos was definitely the best person she had ever seen in these 500 years, creating a method from nothing. It was a difficult road that others dared not even think about. But Chronos succeeded. Ancient One could see that even if Chronos' creation of the method had stopped here, he could also have power comparable to level sub-god Father at his peak. It was easy to suppress a living planet. In the entire universe, this level was considered a strong man. Thanos was just level sub-god Father, but he was able to make many forces in the universe fear him and created the name of the Mad Titan. So don't underestimate the combat power of level sub-god Father. There are not many such people in the entire universe. Are you ready to go back to the United States? Ancient One said to Chronos. After all, the creation of the law has been successful, and the next step is to practice step by step. Moreover, Chronos has been in the holy place for a month. Half a month has passed since he succeeded in creating the law. You have to stay for a while. Oh, Ancient One was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chronos to stay for a while. Aren't you afraid that Dr. Banner will go berserk? Ancient One smiled. You should know the result. Chronos didn't care at all. At this stage, as long as there is no external stimulation, the possibility of Banner going berserk is infinitely close to zero. Until 2012, which is almost next year. After Banner was absorbed into the Avengers, he began to completely let himself go, no longer controlling the appearance of Hulk. Ancient One smiled and didn't say anything. The two drank tea quietly. Ancient One didn't ask Chronos how he knew the future situation. Chronos did not ask the Ancient One why he knew Caecilius and Mordo were rebellious and wanted to keep them in the holy place. Because there was no point in asking. We are all Riddlers. Ding. Just then, Chronos' phone rang. What's wrong? Chronos answered the phone. Sir, Tony Stark is back in New York. Although he was seriously injured, his life is not in danger. And he just held a press conference to stop Stark Industries' weapons sales to the outside world. Aspros knew that Chronos had been in seclusion during this period to seek a breakthrough in his realm. So if there was nothing serious, he would hardly call Chronos. This call was the first in the past month. I know, just buy the shares of Stark Industries as planned. Eat as much as you can, as long as you don't exceed Tony to become the largest shareholder of Stark. Chronos said lightly. He was not surprised by this. In a multi-universe, most of Tony will be saved, although the ways of being rescued are varied, and the people who rescued him are also different. Only a few Tonys will die. After all, this is a major event in the birth of Iron Man. In the evolutionary history of the multi-universe, it is a fixed event. Sir, when will you be back? Dr. Banner has already asked about Dr. Blue. There are new developments in the Blood Clan. Aspros has been very anxious during this period. I will be back in 3 days at the latest. Chronos hung up the phone. Half a month ago, he succeeded in creating a method and broke through to the sixth sense of the microcosm. His body is still in a very fast metamorphosis. This is why Chronos did not leave for New York immediately. If this power is not controlled skillfully, a flat attack may cause a big problem. Many people feel that the Saint Seiya's power is not that strong when watching movies and TV shows. But that is because the Earth in the Saint Seiya world has been the battlefield of the gods since the mythological era. It has been infinitely reinforced by the gods. It is wishful thinking for ordinary people to want to destroy the Earth. In the Saint Seiya comics, there's a plot. That was when Leo Iolia was attacked by his opponent Fixstar. Iolia just waved his hand lightly and broke Fixstar. This is the combat power of the Saint Seiya's seventh sense. In addition to controlling his own power, Chronos is also developing related fighting abilities of Saint Seiya. Among the Saint Seiya, each constellation has its own exclusive fighting ability. There are attacks, defenses, controls, assists, and extreme bursts. Quite comprehensive. Chronos broke through the sixth sense, and the previous attack methods naturally could not exert the powerful power in the body. So during this period, Chronos was also working on creating his own fighting ability. The progress is very good. It's just because of time, so Chronos can only choose 2 or 3 for research and development. After thinking about it, Chronos decided to choose Crystal Wall corpse chi, underworld wave, and galaxy starburst. It combines defense, control, soul, and extreme burst. This is also the best choice for Chronos at present. With Ancient One's reference and guidance, Chronos' fighting ability research and development is relatively smooth. However, the small universe of the initial sixth sense cannot support him to use fighting ability too much. So close combat is still the main focus. After all-round strengthening, Chronos has no problem breaking the speed of sound with his physical body. Even if it is a flat attack, it is a sonic punch. Few people can bear it with a punch. 2 days later, Chronos came to the interior of the holy place. "Are you going back?" Ancient One sat in the sun, holding a book in his hand. "Yes, I'm sorry for disturbing you during this time. I will not forget the promise I made to you. As long as the holy place needs me, I will come to support at any time." Chronos said to Ancient One, "Let's go to the holy place. We will be there soon." Ancient One smiled and said to Chronos. Chronos did not say much more. There is a space channel in the holy place, which can quickly reach the 3 major holy places and some gathering points in the world. This is also to facilitate the support of the 3 major holy places and the defense of the Earth in emergencies. Chronos came to the entrance of the space passage of the holy place in New York. He stepped in. It was as if he had just walked through a door. He did not feel any discomfort. Chronos had returned to New York. This kind of manipulation of space is really amazing. Looking back, Chronos did not stay for too long. He walked towards the villa where Banner was. "Aspros, I'm back." Everything went according to plan. Chronos did not choose to call, but used the method of psychokinesis to directly convey what he wanted to say to Aspro's mind. Aspros was sitting in the president's office of the Holy Land Consortium and was stunned. "My lord, did you succeed?" Aspros seemed to suddenly realize something. Because Chronos once told him, as long as he succeeded in creating the method, awakening the small universe, he would be able to have super abilities and become one of the strongest people on Earth. Now he suddenly heard Chronos' voice in his mind. Aspros was naturally very surprised. Success. The plan can start. Chronos understood Aspros' excitement. "Great!" Aspros excitedly waved his fists. The essence of the Sanctuary Consortium is an investment company. Although it does not have any substantial industry, it holds shares in many technology companies and physical companies. This is also what Chronos meant. Because the essence of the Sanctuary Consortium is to accumulate money for subsequent plans. So they do not need too much secular power or anything else. Now Chronos has succeeded in creating the law. This means that their sanctuary plan can be put on the agenda. Dr. Banner, long time no see. After Chronos walked into the Manor Villa, he saw Banner basking in the sun. "Chronos, you are finally back." Banner was a little excited when he saw Chronos. He has been back in New York for more than a month. Although the living environment here is very good, Banner is still very anxious. Dr. Lon has not contacted him for a long time, and he once thought he was deceived, but there was a voice in his heart telling him to wait. "Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. We can start our research now. Don't worry, even if Hulk goes berserk. I now have the power to surpass Hulk." Hearing these words from Chronos, Banner looked at him in disbelief. He knew the power of Hulk very well. Chronos, an ordinary person, could match Hulk? Banner expressed doubt. But seeing Chronos' confident look, he didn't say anything else. In fact, Chronos really didn't lie now. Because Hulk was born only 2 or 3 years ago, he is still a toddler in essence. He hasn't grown up yet, and hasn't experienced much. He doesn't know what anger is. All his previous battles were passive counterattacks, and there are some Banner influences in his subconscious. For example, even Hulk will become gentle to Betty. Although it's embarrassing to say this. But facing a baby Hulk, Chronos asked himself that there is no problem. If Hulk's consciousness is fully grown, and he has independent thinking and mature thoughts. At that time, Hulk was no longer something that the Sixth Sense could contend with. The most typical example is the Green Hulk. In a parallel universe, Hulk was exiled to Sakaar by the Avengers, as usual. However, the Hulk in this universe got married in Sakaar and had a child. Here, Hulk is no longer an alien, but the Green Emperor. His powerful strength is worshipped by many people. But because he was betrayed, the spaceship exploded and killed the Green Hulk's wife and children. This led to the Green Emperor's rampage. He returned to Earth with the Sakaar army. He wiped out the high-end combat power of the Illuminati alone. The Illuminati was almost unable to take care of themselves. He even tied with Sentry, who claimed to have the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars. And at the last moment, he defeated Sentry, who was not in peak condition, with a slight advantage. At this time, the Green Hulk was at least the peak of level Godfather. There are many versions of Hulk, but the combat power of the Green Hulk can be ranked in the top 5. Thoughts drifted by. Chronos began to discuss the existence of Hulk with Banner. Because he needed to create a law, Chronos was very knowledgeable. In addition, he was very smart because of the fusion of souls. So Chronos could understand the professional terms Banner said, and gave his own suggestions. Banner, have you ever thought that you and Hulk can no longer be separated? Chronos looked at Banner and said, I definitely thought about it. It's just that I don't want to believe it. Banner smiled self-deprecatingly. The existence of Hulk is not just a simple second personality. Maybe you haven't noticed. The essence of your life has changed. From a purely genetic point of view, you can no longer be considered a human being. Chronos said lightly, I could definitely know this. Banner had a bitter smile on his face. After all, he is now equivalent to the regenerative healing factor. As long as Banner, a human, is fatally injured, then Hulk will appear, and all injuries will be healed. And Hulk's body has very strong defense. Even if he is injured, he can completely self-heal in a very short time. It can be said that since the appearance of Hulk, he has lost the worry of death. But this is not what he wants. So what Chronos said is absolutely right. Now he can no longer be considered a pure human being, whether it is a genetic mutation or an alien. Anyway, he cannot be said to be a human being. Is there really no way to solve Hulk? Banner still has a glimmer of hope. Now he can't even commit suicide. Maybe you could try to reconcile with Hulk. Chronos put forward his own idea. This is also the only way to solve the Hulk problem. After all, Banner and MCU solved it in this way. Hulk's body, Banner's soul. Although Hulk's power has been weakened, but he is still one of the most powerful heroes on Earth. There is no other way except this method, because Hulk cannot be destroyed. After all, the essence of gamma power is OBA under all things. The power level is very high. Even if the 4 abstract entity gods in the Marvel Universe come, they can't solve Hulk's problem. Reconcile with Hulk? Banner didn't quite understand what Chronos meant. As of now, Hulk is conscious and wise. It's just because he was just born and doesn't know how to distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. When others attack him, he fights back. It's that simple. I have read the military's top secret information privately. When Hulk was attacked, he was still able to recognize Betty. This shows that Hulk has the thinking of ordinary people. I think you'd better find a way to communicate with Hulk. You can't erase Hulk by force. Chronos said lightly. After hearing this, Banner seemed to have suddenly got some inspiration. Because in the past few years, he has always believed that Hulk is a beast. It is uncontrollable. Its nature is to destroy. That is why it frequently goes berserk. But after listening to what Chronos said, combined with the previous events, Banner realized one thing. That is, Hulk has never actively attacked others. It is always passive counterattack. Hulk's powerful power is coveted by the military. Faced with the military's capture, Hulk will naturally fight back. In addition, Hulk was born not long ago, has no concept of good and evil, and his mind is not mature yet. So this caused a phenomenon of being unable to communicate. But Chronos said that Hulk can also recognize Betty. This shows that Hulk also knows who is good to him, who is targeting him. I understand. I will think about it. Banner took a deep breath. Chronos' words gave him a new idea. The appearance of Hulk is a foregone conclusion, and judging from the current situation, whether it is modern weapons or the potion that suppresses Hulk, is almost useless. Relax, at least for now. The appearance of Hulk is not entirely a bad thing. The world is undergoing a huge amount of changes. Hulk may be able to become a force to protect the Earth. It can also become a favorite of the people. Chronos patted Banner's shoulder. He turned and left the villa area. Now Banner needs to think quietly alone. Ding! Huh. Chronos looked at his mobile phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Is it Blade? Chronos thought about it and guessed who called. Hello, I need your help. Blade's tired voice came from the other side. Location. Chronos didn't ask more. The only one who can threaten him in the Blood Clan now is Dracula. XXX. I know. I will be here before 7 o'clock tonight. Chronos turned on the overclocking of the five senses. Directly locked Blade's position. After breaking through to the sixth sense, the five senses became more powerful under the blessing of the soul power. Although he can't monitor the whole world directly like Superman. But within a city, as long as Chronos wants to know something, it is still easy. Interesting. Is the Blood God ceremony about to begin? Chronos glanced at the movement of Blood Clan. Deacon's sacrifice ceremony is almost ready. It seems that the Blood God will be summoned tonight. Blade, listen to me. Chronos mentioned the existence of Dracula before. He also explained the strength of Dracula. Looking at the current situation, Blade still decided to compete with Deacon for the Blood God. Although the Blood God is not particularly powerful, but at this stage, it can still greatly enhance Blade's strength. Blade, who has integrated the Blood God, is already a strong man who can be ranked in the forefront of the Blood Clan. Chronos is still willing to help. After all, it can solve the threat of Blood Clan in the other world without any effort. Spros, prepare a set of combat equipment for me. Chronos called Aspros. It's not that you can't fight in your usual clothes. Unless Chronos doesn't mind running naked. After all, it's a little difficult for ordinary clothes to withstand supersonic speed. It was torn apart at the start. Okay, sir. Aspros replied. After so long in the other world, the Sanctuary Foundation also has its own supply channels. Now the combat uniforms exclusive to the Sanctuary Foundation are all made of special materials. Not only bulletproof, but also fireproof and flood-resistant. And very thin. The microcosm has been researched. I don't know when the holy clothes can be made. After hanging up the phone, Chronos sighed. Those strong people in the Saint Seiya world, whether they are human or god, all have holy clothes. This is a unique feature of the Saint Seiya world. The holy clothes can not only protect the bodies of Saint Seiya and God, but also amplify the power of the microcosm. When the same level of strong men fight, the difference between having a holy cloth and not having a holy cloth is very big. However, there is no material similar to the holy cloth in the Marvel world. So the holy cloth thing still needs to be considered in the long run. In less than half an hour, the combat suit was delivered to Chronos' home. I can only make do with it. Chronos looked at the combat suit in front of him. It is different from the traditional combat suit. This combat suit is black in color, and the lining fits closely to human skin. It is considered tights. It is matched with tactical boots, tactical gloves, outer pants, and jacket. It can automatically adjust the proportions according to the body shape. It can be worn by people with a height of 175 to 2 meters and a weight of 140 to 200 kilograms. It can be worn by both men and women. It looks quite technological. It feels good. After putting it on, Chronos found that this combat suit is very light. There's only a little feeling of wearing clothes, and the hands and feet are not restrained at all. There is no feeling of hindrance when making big movements. There are quite a lot of black technologies in this world. Overall, Chronos was very satisfied with this combat uniform. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chronos arrived at the location given by Blade on time. How is it? Chronos saw Blade hiding in the dark. He was the only one who came for this operation. Although the strength of Blood Clan is not very strong, it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. So Blade changed his team into logistics personnel. Only he and Chronos acted. You have become stronger again. Blade looked at Chronos in front of him. If the last time he saw Chronos was still a sense of crisis, then this time, seeing Chronos is a death warning. The Blood God's sacrifice ceremony is about to begin. Help me grab the power of Blood God. Blade said coldly. Okay, after the matter is done, the territory of Blood Clan in the other world will be handed over to the Sanctuary Consortium. No problem. The two sides confirmed the details of the cooperation again. Then the two of them didn't say anything and rushed to the scene of the blood god's sacrifice ceremony. Is Blade's friend really reliable? At the moment, inside a house in the distance, Blade's teammates looked worried. After all, they have been following Deacon for a long time. They know that this guy is cruel and ruthless. For this blood god sacrifice ceremony, not only did he capture a lot of pure-blooded blood clans, but he also killed several current elders of blood clans. Such behavior has aroused the anger of the blood clan's top leaders. If Deacon's sacrifice ceremony fails, then the only way waiting for him is death. So Deacon will definitely fight hard. I hope it's reliable. Blade's team members are not many, with only 3 people in total, including him. Soon, Blade and Chronos came to the periphery of the blood god sacrifice ceremony. The two came to the scene of the sacrifice ceremony quietly. At the moment, the sacrifice ceremony has come to an end. The pure-blooded blood clans on the field have been deprived of their lives and turned into flying skeletons. How did Deacon start the blood god sacrifice ceremony without catching you? Chronos looked at Blade. I used a little trick to make him draw a lot of my blood. Blade said expressionlessly. In order to prevent Deacon from getting suspicious, he planned for a long time. It could be said that he had a narrow escape. Interesting. Chronos didn't say much. After all, this was Blade's plan. His mission was simple, which was to eliminate all the blood clans on the battlefield. Here we go. Chronos stepped out. His figure flashed at high speed. Boom! Deacon, who was originally standing in the center of the ceremony, was knocked away by a punch. Blade, here we go. Blade replaced him. Damn it, stop them. Deacon's face changed instantly. If the blood god possessed Blade, he would be dead. Crystal wall. Chronos opened his hands. A pale yellow crystal wall enveloped the sacrifice site. What is this? The blood clan that was originally rushing towards Blade were all bounced away. Mission accomplished. Chronos looked at this scene with a smile on his face. Who are you? ****. Deacon was furious. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Deacon's head exploded. If you didn't know the process of the blood god sacrifice ceremony, do you think you could survive until now? Chronos slowly retracted his fist. Countless skeletons poured into Blade's body. At the moment, Blade's eyes had turned red. Is this the power of the blood god? It feels really good. Blade closed his eyes and felt the power in his body. That powerful power made him a little addicted. It's not bad, but not powerful. Don't forget our deal. Chronos interrupted Blade's enjoyment. Where's Deacon? Blade looked at Chronos with red eyes. Dead. Chronos pointed at the ash on the ground with his eyes. He got it for free. Blade's eyes were a little regretful. Originally, he wanted to torture Deacon, but it doesn't matter if he died. Don't worry, I will remember our deal. Blood Clan will not have the time and energy to trouble the Sanctuary Consortium in the future. Blade nodded to Chronos, indicating that he would abide by the terms of the cooperation. I hope so. By the way, you'd better adapt to the power of the blood god for a while. Don't die. After saying that, Chronos turned and left the Blood Clan's castle. The content of this transaction is very simple. Both parties have their own needs. Chronos has never completely trusted Blade. The same is true for Blade. After all, they are humans and vampires. They are born on opposite sides. It's just that Chronos and Blade both think that their interests are consistent, and there is no conflict. It's possible to cooperate. Blade knows very well that Chronos cooperates with him and helps him get power just to contain the Blood Clan. Although Chronos is very strong, even if he gets the power of the Blood God, Blade is not sure that he can beat Chronos. But there are many members in the Blood Clan, and the strength of Chronos alone is nothing. After all, the goal of the Sanctuary Consortium is too big. The other party cooperates with him just to divert the conflict. But Blade doesn't mind. After all, he and the Blood Clan are deadly enemies. After returning to the villa area, Chronos took off his combat uniform. As Dr. Lon, Chronos said to Aspros beside him. He had been waiting in the villa area when Chronos went out to help Blade. After all, the boss was out on business. Could he still sleep at home? That was obviously unlikely. We have controlled him for half a month. But according to what he said, part of the serum in his hand has been leaked. Aspros replied respectfully. What's going on? Chronos frowned. This Dr. Lon contacted some scientists to unlock the secret of the Hulk serum and share the Hulk serum. Interesting. Chronos thought of the abomination. The abomination was originally a mercenary under Ross, whose real name was Bronsky. Bronsky only received about 15% or 25% of the Hulk serum injection. He turned into the abomination, but he was originally injected with a weakened super soldier serum. The combination of the two led to the strengthening of the abomination, enough to rival the normal Hulk. Actually, from a certain perspective, it's true that the military covets the power of Hulk. Chronos thought of Hulk's serum because of the previous experience of the abomination. The subsequent Hulk serum can mass-produce the Hulk without side effects, and each one is powerful. It can freely control the transformation and will not have a second personality. Isn't this a perfect super ability manufacturing machine? Don't worry about the leaked serum. As for Dr. Blue, keep a close eye on it. If it's useless later, get rid of it. If the abomination can still appear, it will be a good thing for him. After all, he can take this opportunity to enter the Avengers. If he knows Thor, he will have the opportunity to come into contact with the godhead of Asgard. This will help his subsequent development. As for Dr. Blue, Chronos does not want this guy to become the leader, because enemies with high IQ are often more difficult to deal with than enemies with well-developed limbs. Not to mention a human who is already highly intelligent, whose intelligence has been enhanced 1,000 times. Movies and comics may not show it, but when a person's brain is enhanced 1,000 times, anyone will feel terrible, because when intelligence is absolutely overwhelming, force is sometimes useless. Just like the Batman next door. On the surface, there is no super ability, and you can only rely on technology. As long as you attack, you can kill him at any time. In professional terms, you can fight him, but you can't make an appointment with him. When Batman is well prepared, even Superman, who is known as the god of the world, has to suffer a loss. He almost died in Batman's hands. This is the result of intelligence overwhelming. Without absolute certainty, those highly intelligent old six will not be exposed. The leader is exactly this kind of person. Otherwise, how could the other party be known as Hulk's lifelong enemy? He used his brain to play around with the Avengers. He almost killed them all. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, even 2 more alliances would have been ruined. Don't worry about Hulk for now. After all, Banner is now thinking about the possibility of personality integration. But Chronos probably won't be that easy. The reason why Hulk in a later MCU was able to integrate his personality was that Hulk had experienced a lot of things, and he stayed in Sakaar for a few years. His mind has gradually matured. In addition to the Thanos incident, he was beaten up by Thanos holding the power gem on the spaceship. He was directly beaten into autism and unwilling to fight. After experiencing so many things, Banner also spent nearly 5 years to successfully integrate with Hulk's personality. The price was that Hulk's power was greatly weakened. However, the setting that the stronger the anger, the stronger the power should be retained. Late at night, Chronos turned on the 5 senses overclocking in the villa area. This guy, the progress is very fast. In Chronos' perception, Tony is now building his own Mark Series mecha, and the progress is very fast. It is almost completed. In this case, Iron Man should be born soon. Chronos felt that he should come forward to make himself familiar. It is necessary to blend into the Avengers, because whether it is to contact the godhood or to forge the later holy clothes, Chronos needs to rely on the power of Asgard. In the field of creating extraordinary artifacts, Asgard has a natural advantage. After all, under the rule of Asgard, there are level-fixed star construction factories, such as Nidavellir. Weapons for gods can be created. As long as there are materials, it is no problem to create holy clothes. When Ragnarok comes, Chronos will be able to obtain a lot of resources in Asgard. After all, it is the domain of the 9 realms. There are many treasures. After Asgard is destroyed, Chronos can take all the people of Asgard into the Sanctuary. This can greatly enhance the strength of the Sanctuary. In addition, the Sanctuary Consortium has a good reputation in the world for what it has done over the years. As long as it shows strong enough strength, Chronos believes that Nick Fury will definitely not let go of such a living force. Next, what we need to do is to create coincidences. Chronos is ready to keep an eye on the movements of Tony Stark and Obadiah. As long as there is any movement, he can drive to the location where they are fighting, saving some people inadvertently and showing a little strength. Isn't this a matter of course? In the following time, Chronos meditated in the villa to enhance his strength. At the same time, he used the five senses to overclock and monitor the movements of Tony and Obadiah. Finally here, Chronos perceived the scene in front of him. Obadiah had taken away the reactor on Tony's chest. Chronos randomly chose a car and set off towards a destination. Anyway, he was in a fight, so it didn't matter what car it was. All had to be scrapped. The congestion index in the United States is not very high, mainly because the United States is vast and sparsely populated. But in urban agglomerations like New York City, there are also many vehicles, so there will be traffic jams. It's just not as serious as in the country in the previous life. At least it can move forward slowly. Along the way, Chronos was doing two things at once. He kept an eye on the progress. Here we go. Chronos looked ahead. Ironmonger and Tony's Mark armor had already appeared in the public's field of vision. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Although the Ironmonger and Tony's Mark armor were not large in size, the weapons they carried were very destructive. After all, this was the core business of Stark Industries in the past. Tony, although you closed the weapons department of Stark Industries, but you developed the most perfect weapon. Abade sat in the Ironmonger and roared madly. Such a mecha was the most perfect weapon he had ever seen in his life. Really? Then remember to tell my dad the good news. Tony's face was expressionless, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. Tony would not be polite to anyone who won his life, no matter who it was. But the reality was that Tony's Mark armor was insufficient in energy plus the size difference. He was suppressed by Abade. Boss, the energy is less than 10%. JRVSS warning sounded again. I know. Is there any other means of attack that could be used? Tony asked calmly. Boss, JRVSS words have not yet been spoken. Abade's Iron Overlord has been blown away. You don't look very well. Chronos stood beside Tony. JRVS, what happened? Tony was a little confused. Boss, the man in front of you punched Abade's mecha away. The voice of the artificial intelligence, JRVS, was still calm. Are you sure this is a human? Tony raised his voice and asked back. It's an unprovoked disaster. You will compensate me for my car afterwards. As soon as the voice fell, Chronos' figure flashed and appeared in front of Abade. Damn, who are you? Abade looked at Chronos angrily. Me? I'm just a passerby who was affected by you. Damn it. Abade controlled the mecha and punched out. Boom! The ground was torn apart, and an invisible air wave spread. The surrounding cars were blown away several meters. How is it possible? Abade looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The full-strength punch of Ironmonger was easily caught by the human in front of him, and the other party didn't even take a step back. It was just a head-on collision. Not bad. For current technology, your mecha can be regarded as a high-tech product. Chronos evaluated Ironmonger. Is this guy really a human? Tony also stared at the man in front of him in amazement. He built the Mark series armor, and all aspects of the data have been accurately tested. So he knew how powerful the Mark series armor was. Not to mention the Ironmonger, who could suppress the Mark series armor. Although the mechanism is relatively backward, Tony has to admit that Ironmonger is more oppressive than the Mark series armor on the front battlefield. But even such an Ironmonger, who threw a full-strength punch, was caught by a human head-on. This reminded Tony of the man his father often talked about when he was alive, Captain America Steve Rogers. Even Steve Rogers doesn't have such terrifying power. There was a period of time when Tony was very curious about Captain America's physical fitness. He did a special research. According to the data he collected, although Steve Rogers is strong, but the physical fitness is only about 5 times that of a human body. Definitely not to this level. Tony and Abade were dazed, but Chronos was not dazed. A punch that broke the speed of sound hit the abdomen of Ironmonger directly. The powerful force made Ironmonger fly backwards directly. The deep concave fist mark on the abdomen shows the power of Chronos. Impossible. How can you, a human, be so strong? At the moment, Chronos' performance has attracted the attention of many people, especially S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at the picture displayed by the satellite in front of him. The brain was thinking quickly. Just now, he had someone investigate Chronos' information. Such a powerful and controllable force in such a moment. In Nick Fury's heart, Chronos has replaced Hulk's position in his heart. Just use you to test the power of the galaxy starburst. Chronos looked at the Ironmonger in front of him. Isn't this the best sandbag? So fast. Tony couldn't help but say as he looked at the sonic boom cloud that Chronos broke through the sonic production certificate. Breaking through the speed of sound with a human body, physical fitness has surpassed Tony's cognition. In his impression, only Hulk a few years ago could do such a thing. Fortunately, Chronos' clothes are custom-made. Otherwise, he would be running naked now. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding with metal is endless. Under Tony's gaze, Ironmonger was beaten into the air by Chronos. The power of the last punch made Ironmonger fly hundreds of meters directly. Such power is too terrifying. Tony secretly estimated Chronos' power in his heart. If his Mark Series armor faces such a person, can it withstand it? Obviously no. Tony secretly decided in his heart to upgrade the defense system when he returned. Chronos looked at the flying Ironmonger. The small universe of the Sixth Sense was mobilized. The chi stored in the cells was mobilized in an instant. What is this? Looking at the light in Chronos' hand, Tony, Nick, and some people who were watching the battle were all stunned. Galaxy starburst. The huge energy was condensed into an energy ball by Chronos and held in his hand. Then a golden energy torrent broke through the sky. Boom! It hit the Ironmonger in the air directly. It was evaporated instantly. JRVS, can you measure the index of this energy beam? Tony's face was solemn. Boss, it's hard to test without professional tools. But considering the material of the Abade armor and the speed of evaporation, the only material on Earth that can withstand the speed of light should be vibranium. JRVS's words made Tony fall into silence. The price of vibranium is very high. Even if he wants to collect enough vibranium to build a suit of armor, he will probably go bankrupt. Have you found his information? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury looked at Chronos with fiery eyes. He had seen such power before. More powerful than Chronos. That's why Nick Fury knew clearly how powerful Chronos was. Although not as good as Captain Marvel Carol in his memory, he was definitely a strong man on Earth. No one among the Kree and Skrull he had seen could match Chronos. Found the director. Chronos, now 19 years old, is the mastermind behind the Sanctuary Foundation. He started traveling around the world when he was 10 years old, and he pursued a powerful martial art. It seems that he has succeeded. Interesting. In other words, his power is obtained through practice? Nick Fury looked at the information in his hand. The information showed that Chronos had just returned from a mysterious place last year, not involving Dacia. List Chronos as the key observation target. Nick Fury immediately decided to include Chronos in his target range. The power that can be practiced is very tempting to many people. Even people like Nick Fury who have experienced big scenes are no exception. Looking at the people he knows, those who can obtain power are almost all coincidences, but they have outstanding knowledge. For example, Carol, the powerful binary star power comes from Space Gem, one of the infinite gems. And it was because of an experiment failure. The engine exploded, and Carol absorbed the power inside to obtain it. If someone were to reproduce this scene, there might be only one way to go. Not to mention Steve Rogers, the injector of the Super Soldier Serum. The Super Soldier Serum has not been completely reproduced until now. All are castrated products. None of them is as successful as Steve Rogers. The rest are either genetic mutations or technological blessing. No one can be as powerful as Chronos, who has gained strength through his own practice. Hey, brother, are you really still human? On the other side, Tony, who was at the scene, opened his mask and looked up and down at the man in front of him. Definitely human. Chronos looked at firework in the distance and said, without looking back, I will compensate you for your car. Let's find a place to talk. Tony is very curious about Chronos now. He has never seen such a powerful human. Looking at the commotion around, Chronos also knew that this is not the place to talk. You should take care of your things first. You are famous. Chronos pointed to the helicopter in the sky. The scene was filmed from all angles without blind spots. Chronos didn't care. He could use mental power to cover up his appearance. But even if he was exposed, it didn't matter. Because if he wanted to join the Avengers, he was destined to come to the front. It's just that it's not the time to expose myself yet. My name is Chronos, the chairman of the Sanctuary Consortium. If you really want to talk, I'm always here for you. After saying that, Chronos turned around and left the scene. Disappeared. Tony looked at the figure that disappeared in front of him, and his eyes fluctuated again. He knew the Sanctuary Consortium. It has been very famous on Wall Street in recent years and is a famous venture capital company. It holds shares in many listed companies. Even his Stark Group is one of them. Interesting. Tony covered his mask and flew away from the scene. This battle had a great impact. Almost the entire United States was reporting on this incident. So Tony has a lot of things to deal with now. There is no time to waste here. For the next week, Tony was a hot figure in the headlines of the news. Because on the second day of the battle, Tony held a press conference and admitted his identity as Iron Man. This news instantly detonated the entire United States. It was a sensation everywhere. Sir, Stark Group stock has increased a lot. The part we have has almost tripled. Aspros smiled happily. This investment made a lot of money. Although Chronos has always told him that making money is not the main purpose of the Sanctuary Consortium. But what is the difference between this and the money he picked up? Take it. It will increase more in the future. Chronos smiled indifferently. His first step goal has been achieved. He was even more dazzling than Tony in this battle. But under the deliberate guidance of the Sanctuary Consortium, all eyes were on Tony. Sir, Tony Stark is here and asked you to meet this afternoon. Where is the location? It's at the headquarters of the Sanctuary Consortium. I know. Tony's invitation came later than he expected, but it doesn't matter, as long as we can meet. In the afternoon, Tony arrived as scheduled. I didn't expect you to be a rich man. Tony casually visited Chronos' office. What can I do for you? Chronos looked at Tony. I went back and collected your information. Very transparent. I want to know, is your strength really obtained through your own practice? Tony looked at Chronos with burning eyes. That's a super ability. No man can resist such temptation. Although Tony already has the Mark armor. But who would refuse to become stronger? Or the kind without side effects? Yes, it's obtained through my own practice. But don't think about it, because the best age for practice is 10 years old. Even if you practice now, you can't reach my level. At most, you can strengthen your body so that your kidneys won't be overdrawn so quickly. Chronos said with a smile. After hearing what Chronos said, Tony was a little disappointed, but being able to maintain his kidneys seemed to be a good choice. Besides, you're dying. Did you know that? Under Chronos' overclocked 5 senses, Tony's body had almost no secrets in his eyes. I know. How could Tony not know his own situation? Palladium poisoning. Although the reactor on his chest temporarily saved his life, but was also killing him. If he didn't find a way to solve it, he probably wouldn't live long even if he ate chlorophyll every meal. Have you found a replacement element? Chronos asked casually. I'm preparing to start the experiment. Tony saw it very clearly. He should have died a long time ago. If there is no way in the end, just accept death. You are very open-minded. Chronos found that the personality of Tony in front of him was closer to the character of MCU, rather than Tony in the comics. Although both of them are Iron Man Tony Stark. But the personality presented in the comics and the personality presented in the MCU are completely two concepts. Tony in the comics is proud, arrogant, can't hear others, and is self-centered. For the sake of profit, he can even sell out little Spider-Man. But Tony in the MCU values friendship and loyalty, and has a spirit of dedication and sacrifice. In the end, he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the universe. It seems to be similar, but in fact they are two extremes. In fact, everyone in the MCU is much better than in the comics. I know an organization that may be able to help you. Chronos thought about it and decided to reveal some information to Tony. Oh, tell me about it. Tony was a little curious. The Strategic Homeland Defense and Post-Security Agency. What organization is this? Tony frowned because he had never heard of this organization. It is essentially the white glove of the World Security Council. It has the right to monitor the world. The technology it controls is very advanced. Their headquarters is in this city. Most importantly, your father and Peggy Carter are the founders of this organization. Tony was a little confused because he had never heard his father and Aunt Peggy mention this organization. So he didn't know anything about this organization. Are you serious? How do you know this organization exists? Tony asked with a frown. The white glove of the World Security Council. This means that this organization is jointly created by the most powerful countries in the world. Such an organization must be very secretive. But how did Chronos know? You should know that the Sanctuary Foundation has adopted orphans all over the world. Some people in that organization are also doing such things. In the other world, the armed forces under the Sanctuary Foundation and the people of this organization have had conflicts. So, the Sanctuary Foundation has been investigating them for a while. But their intelligence network is very developed. The personnel are also very secretive. Countries around the world are covering up their traces. It took the Sanctuary Foundation almost 5 years to figure out the composition of this organization. During this period, a lot of costs were paid. Chronos was telling the truth, but the cost. It was not great, because he knew the situation of SHIELD very well. This is just a reasonable explanation. In fact, there are already undercovers planted by the Sanctuary Foundation in S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra can plan undercover agents. Why can't I? Interesting. If it's true, I owe you a favor. Tony chose to believe Chronos' words, because Chronos had no need to deceive him. Such a lie that could be easily exposed would not come from the chairman of the Sanctuary Foundation. Iron Man's favor, that's very valuable. Chronos' eyes were full of smiles. The goal was achieved. This communication was very smooth. JRVS, check the organization that Chronos mentioned. On the way back, Tony said to JRVS, "Boss, this organization does exist, but there is very little information on the internet. Most of the keywords have been blocked." Hearing JRVS's answer, Tony felt that he seemed to need to visit an elder. Peggy Carter has lived from World War II to the present. Although she is old, she lives in a hospital that requires special care. But the most basic consciousness is still clear. It has not reached the level of late amnesia. "Pepper, help me order a bouquet of flowers. I need to go see an elder." Tony called Pepper. Palladium poisoning can't wait. What Tony lacks most now is time. In fact, all the combinations of elements can be fully experimentally completed within a day or two, as long as Tony wants. After all, there is JRVS, a super artificial intelligence. Any experiment is twice the result with half the effort. But Tony's intuition tells him that the organization mentioned by Chronos has the answer he wants. "Father, is it something you left behind?" Tony's eyes are a little out of focus. If it weren't for JRVS's assisted driving, he might have had a car accident. The next time is to wait for Nick Fury to come. Chronos looked out the window. The prosperity of the city was in full view. The Sanctuary Consortium has already stood at the top of Wall Street. With the current size of the Sanctuary Consortium, it could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Wall Street. In fact, Chronos wants to join the Avengers for another reason. That is the Hydra Rebellion. In the original timeline, SHIELD was disbanded because of the Hydra Rebellion. The World Security Council will no longer trust S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury used the legacy left by S.H.I.E.L.D. to rebuild ASWRD, and he won over many Skrulls to do things for him. But this also caused a series of subsequent events. For example, the Secret Invasion incident. This incident almost completely collapsed the trust of the superheroes inside the Earth. Chronos doesn't want to experience this kind of thing. So Chronos is going to take over SHIELD directly when SHIELD disbands. If possible, he can even take over Hydra under Alexander Pierce. In short, I want the godhood. I also want the artifacts made by Nidavellir. I also want Hydra's assets. I won't let go of SHIELD's assets. I'll focus on one, all mine. Because Chronos' plan is huge, if you want to realize it, you are bound to need a lot of resources. It's not an easy thing to rebuild the Sanctuary in Marvel. Before entering the unmanned dimension and becoming the Lord of the Dimension, Chronos needs to make the Earth his base camp. Use the Earth as a springboard to realize his plan. After all, he is now in a real Marvel world. This means that all kinds of major events in the Marvel world may happen. Chronos doesn't want to give his life to others, so he can only strive forward. Nick Fury is an idealist. The plan he proposed was also completed very well. But what happened in the end? Nick Fury was still kicked out of the core layer of power. In the later Illuminati, based on Avengers, can we still see Nick Fury? Almost not. In the extraordinary world, only power is the final right of interpretation. As long as Chronos does not fall, he has absolute power and a relatively perfect personality. Then everything is not a problem. Don't make me wait too long. Nick Fury. Chronos smiled. So far, all plans have been implemented smoothly. The cellular energy storage in the body is also progressing steadily. When Thor is exiled, I will go there to make myself familiar with him. Help! With Thor's IQ, he will never suspect that he has other intentions. Besides, he is not just making money out of nothing. In fact, Chronos thought about it for a long time when it came to Asgard, because Asgard is not simple. In fact, Ragnarok is a man-made event. In the higher dimensional level, there is a group of shadow gods. They constantly restart and destroy the realms of gods, such as Asgard, because the life of the new gods is the best nutrient for their growth. These shadow gods are well hidden. Even Odin did not notice them at all. In the end, they died at the hands of Rune King Thor and story god Loki. If he inherits Asgard's godhood, will he become the target of the shadow gods? But if he wants to condense the godhood himself, it is really hard to say whether he can succeed. Because in the Marvel world, the godhood is a very special existence. The birth of each god is almost certain. They are born and destroyed over and over again. But they are always those gods. Let's take it one step at a time. Chronos shook his head. It's too far to think about these now. After all, he hasn't even been able to fully cultivate his sixth sense. The energy storage of human cells is limited. Even if it can be strengthened, it is still the same. If you want the cells in the body to gain more powerful power, you can only make the essence of life leap. And Chronos still said the same thing. I want it all. Whether it is becoming a dimensional lord or condensing the godhood to become a true god. It's the same. It's time to go see Banner. Chronos thought of Banner. More than a week has passed, and I don't know if Banner has figured it out. An hour later, Chronos' car stopped at the door of the Manor Villa. Dr. Banner? When Chronos saw Banner again, he couldn't believe his eyes. Banner is now more haggard and decadent than when he was in Africa. Chronos, you're here. Banner raised his head and looked at Chronos with bloodshot eyes. Dr. Banner, what have you been through? Chronos was a little speechless. But in just a week, what happened? Chronos, you are right. Hulk actually has consciousness. He actually exists in the form of life. Banner said to Chronos in a hoarse voice. So, Chronos didn't quite understand what Banner meant. Hulk's life coexists with mine. If I live, Hulk will live too. If I die, Hulk will live too. I will never be able to get rid of Hulk in my life. Banner's eyes were dull, as if he was in despair. Chronos didn't understand what Banner had experienced in such a short week. Have you met Hulk? Have you communicated with your consciousness? Chronos could only think of this possibility. Yes, I saw Hulk in the subconscious world. As you said, he is a baby who was born not long ago, but his potential is almost unlimited. In his subconscious, Banner knew how terrifying Hulk was. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is immortal. Banner, wake up. Chronos looked at Banner in front of him and had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed that his early intervention had a counter effect. Hulk is not the Hulk with independent consciousness in a later period. He has just been born and has no sense of good and evil. Judging from the current situation, Banner's conversation with Hulk should have failed. And Banner was obviously stimulated by something. Impossible. Hulk cannot be destroyed. Unless he is willing to die on his own. Banner muttered to himself. His expression became more and more crazy. Chronos looked at Banner in front of him. He realized that things were out of control. Aspros, activate the crisis plan for Hulk's loss of control. Quick! Chronos directly used his mental power to convey the message to Aspros. I know. Aspros, who was dealing with things in the Sanctuary Consortium, was shocked. It was just to prevent any eventuality, but he didn't expect that Hulk would really have problems. Hulk! Chronos' voice transmission to Aspros had just ended. Banner's body had begun to swell. Sure enough, he went berserk. Although Hulk's consciousness has just been born, but his mental power is far beyond Banner. Watching Hulk appear, Chronos thought of Banner's situation in the later period, especially in Sakaar. Hulk directly suppressed Banner's consciousness. As a result, Banner has been sleeping for several years. If it weren't for Thor's unexpected arrival, Banner might have fallen asleep forever. During the Hulk World War, as the Green Emperor, Hulk directly suppressed Banner's consciousness. Married and had children in Sakaar. When the Illuminati was finally torn apart, Banner did not appear. From this, it can be seen that Hulk's mental power is likely to be far superior to Banner. But because it is a newly born consciousness, like human newborns, it is sleepy. Only Banner can control the body when Hulk is sleeping. If Hulk wants, Banner will never get out. I was careless. Banner should not be allowed to contact Hulk's consciousness so early. Although they are the same person, the two sides are obviously not equal. Hulk can also read Banner's memory when he is asleep. Hulk knows very well what happened, so Hulk can recognize Betty. He can also recognize Thor and Sakaar. But Banner was completely unable to read Hulk's memory. As long as Hulk appeared, Banner was equivalent to falling asleep directly. He had no memory during this period. Roar! The transformed Hulk opened his mouth and roared. Like a primitive beast. Looks like I have to work hard again. Chronos took a fighting stance. The difference between the two systems was huge. The transformed Hulk was more than 2 meters and 3 meters tall. This was only the most elementary level form. As Hulk's anger value increased, his body size would increase. It could even reach a range of about 3 to 4 meters. Such a size was already very oppressive for humans. Hulk also recognized Chronos in front of him, but Hulk did not think this was his friend. In Hulk's cognition, Chronos was Banner's friend, not his. Hulk, calm down. I have no ill will towards you. Chronos tried to communicate with Hulk, but Hulk was unmoved. He still looked at him with dangerous eyes. This is trouble. Chronos sighed. Hulk roared angrily. The huge fist swung towards Chronos. Then let me see how strong the Hulk is. Chronos' eyes condensed. Without dodging, he punched forward. After the sixth sense was strengthened, Chronos' body was gradually evolving. Now Chronos' physical fitness is at least several times, or even dozens of times, better than before. Boom! Fists collided. A huge amount of airwaves spread. The ground under the feet of the two people cracked instantly, and traces like spider webs appeared. The windows of the villa were also shattered. The size of the two people was very different. The speed of the punches exceeded the speed of sound, producing a sonic boom. That is, there was no one around the two people. Otherwise, the aftermath alone could shatter all the internal organs of a person. It's a little weak. Hulk! Chronos showed a dangerous smile on his face. Then he exerted force. Hulk was actually repelled and staggered back a few steps. Has the emergency plan been activated? Aspros was on his way to the Manor Villa at the moment. It has been activated, President. The secretary's voice came from the phone. When Banner was placed in the Manor Villa, it was not without any protective measures. In fact, when Chronos said he wanted to find Banner, he had already started to make preparations. And the emergency plan that had been activated in the Manor Villa was also displayed in front of Chronos and Hulk. Aspros is a smart guy. looking at the steel wall that rose rapidly around the Villa Manor. Chronos rarely praised his subordinates, although this may not have any effect on Hulk. But it can still be done to block it. There's still many people around. Stay outside and don't move. Chronos' voice sounded in everyone's mind. What is this? Everyone who heard the voice couldn't believe it. Listen to him. Although most people here don't know Chronos. But there were a few people who were brought by Aspros to see Chronos. These people were the captains of the team and also the responsible persons. They knew that the owner of this voice was the actual helmsman of the Sanctuary Consortium. The battle inside the Manor Villa was still fierce. Facing Hulk, Chronos rarely ignited his fighting spirit. The last time he ignited such a strong fighting spirit was after he felt the chi, when facing Ingnan. But Ingnan's strength was obviously not comparable to Hulk. Chronos did not use his super ability. Instead, he adopted the most primitive fighting method: hand-to-hand combat. The two of them punched and kicked each other, without dodging or avoiding, fighting each other madly on the spot. The ground under their feet constantly collapsed. The area where Chronos and Hulk fought soon became a deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. The ground was constantly shaking. Such a powerful force. The president really did not deceive us. The leaders of the team have all seen Chronos, but they have never seen how Chronos fights. According to Aspros, Chronos is extremely powerful. He is one of the strongest people on Earth today. The leaders of the team are almost all in a state of doubt. But since the Sanctuary Consortium is the sponsor, so they did not refute Aspros. Aspros once told them that as long as they work hard for the Sanctuary Consortium, they can also gain extraordinary power. They had doubts about this. Some people even disdained such remarks. But at the moment, facing the scene in front of them, they were extremely excited. Some people may not know Chronos, but Hulk is a household name. A few years ago, the military made a lot of noise in order to hunt down Hulk. Many fearless reporters went to the front line of the arrest and broadcast this famous scene live. The Hulk is a super creature that can tear tanks apart with his bare hands and ignore missiles. A strong man who left safely under the siege of the military. But now, he is fighting with people in front of him. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one will believe the scene in front of you. These tactical teams were not trained by the Sanctuary Consortium. After all, Aspros has only been in charge of the Sanctuary Consortium for a few years. Many of the adopted orphans have not grown up. They were all hired by the Sanctuary Consortium at a high price. Only a few responsible persons are considered to be the Sanctuary Consortium's own family. Boom! With a huge amount of collision sound, Hulk was blown away. Bang! The second collision sounded, and Hulk was embedded in the steel wall rising around the Villa Manor. Hulk! Hulk shook his head. The moment he was hit by Chronos' punch, even with his physique, he felt dizzy. But what followed was anger. The pain stimulated Hulk's nerves. The body is still getting bigger. Is the anger value rising? Chronos panted and looked at Hulk in the distance. I have to say, Hulk is really strong. Strength, speed, defense, almost no shortcomings. If there is a shortcoming, it may be Hulk's not very high IQ. The initial stage of the sixth sense is still too difficult. You have to control the cells in your body quickly. Chronos spat a mouthful of blood to the side. The previous battle, Chronos was also very uncomfortable. Although he broke through to the sixth sense, at least 2/3 of the cells in his body have not been baptized. Although strong, it has not reached the point where it can withstand Hulk's attack without injury. Chronos strengthened his internal organs at the first time, as well as the brain area. So Chronos suffered almost all skin injuries. Although the pain was severe, it was at most a minor injury. Aspros, why hasn't he come yet? Chronos perceived Aspros' position. The other party was holding the Hulk inhibitor jointly created by Dr. Lon and the researchers of the Sanctuary Foundation. Although with Hulk's physique, he might be immune next time. But at least we have to pass this level. Otherwise, Chronos can only watch Hulk leave. President. At the moment, Aspros had already arrived at the scene outside the steel wall. What's the situation? Looking at the tactical teams on standby around him, Aspros asked. The boss won't let us get close. The battle between the two was very intense, and we couldn't even get close. If we're not careful, we'll be torn to pieces by the aftermath, the captain of a team said with a wry smile. Facing extraordinary fighting, even if they were holding hot weapons, they were no different from weaklings. There was no need to deliberately target them. Just a simple aftermath could shock them to death. Then how should this potion be delivered? Aspros was holding a box in his hand. It contained the Hulk inhibitor developed by Dr. Lawn. Leave the box where it is, and you leave. Chronos' voice reached Aspros' mind. My lord, is it really okay? Aspros was very worried about Chronos' situation. Don't look at the current glory of the Sanctuary Consortium. He can call the shots in the other world. But Aspros knew that all this was based on Chronos. If it weren't for Chronos' support, the Sanctuary Consortium would not dare to act like this in the other world. If the Sanctuary Consortium lost Chronos, although the size is still huge, but it is just a grasshopper in autumn, and it can't jump for a few days. Before facing the Blood Clan, the Sanctuary Consortium was very passive. It was Chronos who personally came forward and reached an agreement with Blade. This solved the crisis of the Sanctuary Consortium. In a world without supernatural beings, the power of capital is unimaginable. But in a world with supernatural beings, the fragility of capital is also unimaginable. Put it down. Aspros hesitated for less than a minute and decided to put down the box in his hand. If Chronos can't solve Hulk, even if they stay here, they will just have a few more corpses. This fight was very enjoyable. Let's have another fight in the future. Chronos looked at the Hulk in front of him and said with a smile, Hulk! At the moment, Hulk looked at Chronos with anger. The man in front of him hurt him a lot. This was Hulk's only cognition. Under the stimulation of pain, Hulk just wanted to tear Chronos apart. Buzz! An invisible wind blew. Hulk suddenly felt the heaviness of his body. Chronos finally used the power of the sixth sense microcosm. The golden light gradually spread. An invisible barrier locked Hulk in place. Crystal wall. Chronos spread his hands, and the powerful force made Hulk unable to move, and he could only roar in place. Fortunately, I had foresight and developed control skills. Chronos looked at Hulk in place. It can hold on for a few minutes. After sensing Hulk's current strength and the situation of the crystal wall, Chronos turned around to get the inhibitor. In just a blink of an eye, Chronos had a box in his hand. After opening the box, there were 3 tubes of blue medicine. It looked very sci-fi. The 3 tubes of medicine were all filled with special syringes. Otherwise, even Hulk's skin couldn't be pierced. Go to sleep for a while, Hulk. Chronos used all 3 tubes of medicine without hesitation. This medicine, in essence, is no different from anesthetics. It's just that he developed it for Hulk. After taking the 3 tubes of medicine, Hulk's eyelids began to become heavy. His body size was also gradually shrinking. It's quite useful. Chronos threw the syringe in his hand into the box. With Hulk's physique, this kind of medicine can only be used once at most. The next time, he will be immune. This is how outrageous Hulk is. About a minute later, Hulk has turned back into Banner. Feeling better? Dr. Banner. Chronos looked at Banner, lying on the ground, and asked, Did you suppress Hulk? Although Banner was a little dazed, he saw Chronos standing in front of him. Look at the surrounding environment again. There is still no understanding of what happened. Hulk must have appeared again. But unlike the past, this time Hulk did not cause any casualties. It's just temporarily suppressed. You'd better control your emotions now. I was a little too hasty to let you contact with Hulk's consciousness in advance. You should rest well now. I'll see you tomorrow. Chronos said to Banner. He just experienced a big battle. The surrounding environment needs to be repaired. He also needs to rest. Banner's current state is not a good time to talk. But there is good news. That is, every time Banner transforms, there will be at least a period of time before he transforms again. As for the reason, Hulk fell into a deep sleep. Unless there is something that endangers Banner's life, or other situations, he is forced to turn on the machine. Otherwise, it is not so easy to transform. Here, in the Villa Manor, Hulk's situation has just subsided. But in the military, Ross is furious, because he finally found Banner's trace. But when his army arrived, Banner had disappeared without a trace. Only the small house where he once lived was left. Damn it, another step late. Ross looked at the house in front of him and knew that he was late. Because the house was covered with dust. This means that no one has lived here for at least a week. General, it's not completely fruitless. Bronsky handed Ross a mobile terminal. The content displayed on the terminal was the news that Banner had sent something from this address. Go find it. Ross would naturally not let go of any traces of Cobweb. Since the fight several years ago, Hulk's strength has been deeply imprinted in Ross' mind. That is the super soldier he wants. So even after several years, Ross has never given up looking for Banner. The Sanctuary Foundation. Looking at the information in his hand, Ross has guessed something. After all, only people from the Sanctuary Foundation have been here during this period. Because of adopting orphans and setting up orphanages all over the world, the Sanctuary Foundation has a very high authority in the United Nations. For example, planes with the Sanctuary Foundation logo can go to most countries in the world smoothly after the route is approved, including the country he is now standing on. Is it you? Ross felt that he needed to go to the headquarters of the Sanctuary Foundation. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he was unwilling to let it go. The Sanctuary Foundation has also made great moves in the other world during this period. With the help of Blade, the Sanctuary Foundation can be said to be smooth sailing. But Ross doesn't care about that. How is it? Does the Hulk suppression serum have any effect on Banner's body? Chronos looked at the researchers in front of him. It was 2 days ago that Hulk went berserk. Banner had been in a coma for a whole day. During this period, everyone in the Sanctuary Consortium monitored Banner's physical condition 24 hours a day. In addition to confirming whether there was any problem with Banner's body, Chronos also asked the researchers to study Banner's cells. Boss, so far, no side effects have been found. But Dr. Banner's body has developed a drug resistance to the inhibitor. If you use it again next time, it may not be effective. Listening to the researchers' report, Chronos was not surprised at all. After all, this was something he had known for a long time. But Banner was still a little disappointed when he knew that Hulk was suppressed and dormant by the so-called inhibitor. He thought Chronos had found a way to suppress Hulk. But now, after hearing what the researchers said, he also knew that it was all in vain. I think it's time to give up. Banner sighed. During this period, through communication with Chronos, and seeing Hulk in the depths of consciousness, Banner clearly realized one thing. He wanted Hulk to disappear. The best way was to let Hulk commit suicide. There was no other way. After all, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have Hulk around. Didn't you say that the Earth is going through a huge amount of changes? Maybe Hulk can play a role in it. Banner could only comfort himself in this way. His mentality had changed. Since Hulk could not be eliminated, he would find a way to accept Hulk. Wait until Hulk has enough self-awareness. Then try to communicate with Hulk. Have you thought about it? Chronos looked at Banner. I've thought about it. Banner nodded affirmatively. Okay. Chronos asked Banner to have a good rest. He would take care of the rest. On the other side, Ross also found Dr. Blue's original residence according to Banner's mailing address. But at the moment, the building was empty. However, through tracking, they still found the Hulk serum that flowed out of Dr. Blue's hands. This was what the Sanctuary Consortium could not find. The Hulk serum that leaked out from Dr. Lawn. The people of the Sanctuary Foundation have already asked about its whereabouts. But there was a period of time in between. So there are 1 or 2 bottles that have been lost. Even the Sanctuary Foundation cannot find them in a short time. Although Chronos has overclocked 5 senses, he cannot monitor dead objects. And overclocked 5 senses, Chronos is not open all day. After all, he does not have a super brain like Superman. Once the brain is overloaded with information, he will also feel uncomfortable for a long time. Sometimes you need a little luck to find something. Obviously, Ross is luckier than the Sanctuary Foundation this time. Is this the Hulk serum? Ross hurried into the laboratory, looking at the Hulk serum in the soldier's hand. Finally, there's good news. Ross looked at the serum in his hand and smiled. According to our research, the concentration of this bottle of serum is only about 20 to 30% of Hulk's blood. Although it is only 20 to 30%, it is not something that ordinary people can bear. According to calculations, in order to bear this level of Hulk serum, the subject's physical fitness must at least be injected with weakened super soldier serum. The researcher reported to Ross, although a tube of Hulk serum was obtained this time, but it was diluted. Based on the ingredients, they roughly figured out how much it was diluted, and there was only one tube. It cannot be used for research purposes at all. Without Hulk's blood sample, they can't even replicate it, because the most important component of this tube of serum is Hulk's blood. I think I can try. Bronski walked to Ross's side. Are you serious? You might die. Ross turned and looked at Bronski. The other party had indeed been injected with super soldier serum. Although it was weakened, it was much stronger than ordinary people. I've read the information. Hulk is very powerful. Even if he is injected with super soldier serum, I am no match for him. I want stronger power. Bronski stared at the tube of serum on the experimental table. Let me think about it. Although Bronski is fearless. But Ross hesitated, because he didn't want to create another monster. The birth of Hulk was an accidental experiment with super soldier serum. Bronski's eyes flickered, and he agreed to Ross. But he already had his own plan in mind. Sanctuary Consortium. Dr. Blue can disappear. Be more secretive. The failure of Hulk's inhibitor means that Dr. Blue has lost his use. So Chronos decided to deal with the other party directly, to prevent the other party from mutating into a leader. Understand, sir. Aspros replied respectfully. Hulk serum, it's mine. Bronski looked at the Hulk serum in front of him, with a hint of madness in his eyes. As a madman's power seeker, after seeing Hulk's strength, he has been deeply fascinated. He dreams of having the same powerful power as Hulk. Otherwise, he would not have joined Ross's army and worked for Ross. You know, he was once one of the best mercenaries. Looking at the azure serum in his hand, Bronski made up his mind and injected it directly into his arm. A sharp pain immediately overwhelmed Bronski's consciousness. After all, this time, there was no professional injection environment of Dr. Lawn. The concentration of Hulk serum is also higher. If Bronski had not been injected with super soldier serum, this time, it would have killed him directly. The pain of mutation far exceeded Bronski's imagination. The severe pain was like a tide, continuous. Bronski's veins popped up all over his body, as if he would explode directly in the next moment. But his body also began to change gradually. His body size began to grow rapidly, but he did not develop a second personality. The mutation lasted for a short time, only about half an hour at most. But Bronski felt that a long time had passed. It seemed like a lifetime. After the mutation, a yellow giant stood in place. He was more than 3 meters tall. His muscles were like steel bars, and he looked very scary. Is this the power that Hulk has? After the extreme pain, it was the ultimate enjoyment. At the moment, Bronski was addicted to the powerful power and could not extricate himself. Damn, what did you do? The noise in the laboratory was so loud that it was naturally noticed by others. Ross saw the hatred through the surveillance, and his face changed drastically. The incident with Hulk almost made him, the general, step down directly. In order to calm the influence brought by Hulk, Ross paid huge amounts of price before and after. This saved his position, but a similar scene was staged again. The yellow giant in front of him made Ross feel strange and familiar. General, such power. It's really hard to extricate yourself. Ah! The abomination laughed loudly. His face was extremely ferocious. You are? Bronski. Ross's face changed drastically. Bronski was a mercenary he recruited, so he naturally knew what kind of person he was. Damn it! How dare you! Ross slammed the table in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. He had already seen his fate after this incident. The same incident could happen twice. This was doomed to be his tragedy. Roar! The abomination roared with huge amounts of roar. Then he broke through the wall and left the laboratory. It's over. Everything is over. Ross slumped in his chair. His eyes were dull. The direction that the abomination left was the downtown area of New York City. Ross naturally knew what the abomination was thinking. He wanted to lure out Hulk through wanton destruction. The fact was just as Ross thought. The abomination rushed to the downtown area of New York City at a very fast speed. "Director, I think you need to take a look at this." Inside the SHIELD office, Nick Fury is processing confidential documents. An agent with extremely high authority hurried in. "What is this?" Nick Fury looked at the screen displayed on the terminal in his hand, a little confused. "This is the picture monitored by SHIELD's satellite a minute ago. This monster is rushing towards New York City," the agent said solemnly. "It's not Hulk. Look in this direction. It's the military base where Ross is. Damn it. Could Hulk's incident happen again? Notify everyone. SHIELD to prepare for war." Nick Fury gave the order decisively. The power of Hulk is unmatched even by modern armies. If another monster comparable to Hulk appears, the two sides will fight. Maybe half of the city will become ruins. Looking at the picture in his hand, Nick Fury's eyes are dark. He took out a document from his drawer again. Avengers Plan. There were a few big words printed on the document. It seems that it is time to implement this plan. Nick Fury sighed. In recent times, extraordinary events have frequently occurred. The inner world is not peaceful, and the outer world is always in turmoil. This makes Nick Fury, the head of the agent, have a bad premonition. Moreover, he is also a witness of Captain Marvel Carol's battle with the Kree Empire. He knows very well how strong the deterrence of extraordinary powers is. Captain Marvel Carol can fight against the fleet of the Kree Empire on his own and force Ronan the Accuser to retreat. It has already shown the power and deterrence of the extraordinary. Facing the top powerhouse, even the Kree Empire, one of the three major empires in the universe, has to evaluate the consequences of the enmity. Nick Fury also wants to build such a top team. Use the deterrence of extraordinary powers to maintain the stability and peace of the world, not only internally, but also externally. On the other hand, the abomination has already reached downtown New York. Boom! The huge amounts of body of the abomination caused quite a commotion. Countless people were running in all directions, and the abomination was pushing forward all the way. Wherever he passed, there was a mess. "Hulk, where are you? Come out and see me." The abomination had been overwhelmed by the powerful force, although he had no experience fighting Hulk now. But his obsession with Hulk was no less, and the commotion caused by the abomination was known to all parties. After all, it was so big. They still found the Hulk serum that was scattered outside. Chronos looked at the live broadcast on the TV in front of him. "My lord, are you going?" Aspros looked at the abomination, who looked much more ferocious than the Hulk, and his body was even bigger than the Hulk. In terms of single-round oppression, the abomination was stronger than the current Hulk. "Don't worry, I'm waiting for someone," Chronos said lightly. Banner was now placed in the Manor Villa by him. As long as Chronos didn't speak, Banner would not be able to receive news from the outside world. And he had already shown up in the battle between Tony and Abade. This is why Chronos is not particularly concerned about the Hulk serum. For Chronos, the appearance of the abomination is just a way to achieve his goal. It would be best if he could appear, but if he can't, Chronos has other plans. As long as the leader is killed, the abomination doesn't care at all. The abomination in the later period has completely become a big toy for people to have fun. Anyone can step on it. The combat power of the abomination in the later period is not ranked at all. Who will come to me first at this time? Chronos looked at the live broadcast screen and smiled. When things get out of control, he will naturally take action. What needs to be done now is just to wait for the price. After all, Tony is also a superhero. But in this battle between the Abomination and the Hulk, have you seen Iron Man? No. At this time, Tony is busy looking for and sorting out new elements. After all, he is about to die, so he has no time to care about these. Tony only went to Ross afterward to tell him about the Avengers plan. Ding! The ringing of the phone interrupted Chronos' thoughts. It was Tony's call. What's wrong? What's the matter? Chronos looked like he was still asleep. This is a common trick used by humans. Are you still sleeping? Everything is upside down outside, Tony said in surprise. What happened? Chronos acted as if he had no idea. Do you know? A guy who looks very similar to Hulk appeared in the outside world. It seems that this is also a monster developed by Ross. The other party is looking for Hulk all over the world. Tony was very serious. It has only been a short hour since the abomination appeared. It has destroyed 3 blocks, causing a lot of property damage and casualties. Oh, didn't the military go out? Chronos asked in a curious tone. It is impossible for the military to use weapons of mass destruction in the city. Tony said helplessly. I understand what you mean. I'll go there. Chronos felt that it was time for him to take action. After changing into combat uniforms, Chronos notified Aspros and Banner of the news of the appearance of the abomination. It's time to stretch my muscles again. Chronos set off towards the location of the abomination. Inside the Manor Villa, Banner also saw the live broadcast after being notified by Aspros. What's going on? Banner knew the reason for the birth of the abomination almost immediately. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would think too much. When we found Dr. Lon, the other party had already distributed a lot of Hulk's blood samples. Although the Sanctuary Consortium tried its best to track it down, some were still left outside. The monster in front of us came from the direction of General Ross's military base. You should know Ross's obsession with you. This should be a monster created by the blood serum sample that has been leaked. Aspros said to Banner. I didn't expect it to be me again. Banner showed a bitter smile on his face. He just wanted to get rid of Hulk. But on the way to deal with Hulk, countless losses and casualties were caused. I want to go. Banner's eyes were firm. Through the previous communication with Chronos, he was no longer so resistant to Hulk. The bosses set out to solve this matter. He means that you can't show up. Otherwise, the military will not give up. After the plan is completed, we will control public opinion and whitewash Hulk and you. Then there will be no need to be afraid of the military's targeting. Aspros thought of Chronos' instructions. Public opinion? What do you mean? Banner couldn't think of any possibility of Hulk being whitewashed. After all, how could a monster who only knew how to destroy be whitewashed? The boss won't lie to you. After hearing these words, Banner was silent. Chronos really helped him a lot. I know. Hulk, where are you? When Chronos arrived at the scene, it was already a mess. All that came into view were ruins. There were also many ordinary people wailing. The abomination was still demolishing madly. Is it him? The satellite of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been watching the scene. As soon as Chronos appeared, Nick Fury had already seen it. Let the team wait. Nick Fury gave the order. Tony also rushed to the scene. Originally, he was looking for new elements at this time, but the previous conversation with Chronos made him less stressed. It was not like the original timeline, completely obsessed with experiments and ignoring any news from the outside world. You came quickly. Tony opened the mask and looked at Chronos. You go to evacuate the crowd and treat the wounded. Leave that big guy to me. Chronos said to Tony. Okay, be careful. Tony did not refute, because he knew that with only his Mark III, he couldn't withstand the likes of the Hulk and the monster in front of him. If he didn't do it right, his life would be in danger. But Chronos was different. He was also a tough guy who could tear apart mechas with his bare hands. The scene of Obadestin being evaporated was still vivid in Tony's mind. Hey guys, look over here. Chronos' voice attracted the attention of the abomination. Who are you? The abomination looked at Chronos with contempt. The height and size of the two were very different. In front of the abomination, Chronos looked no different from a baby. The abomination even thought that he could slap Chronos to death with one slap. Guess. Chronos grinned and disappeared. By the time the abomination reacted, Chronos had already crossed a distance of dozens of meters. He came in front of the abomination. So fast, the abomination was about to make a move. But suddenly there was a sharp pain in his abdomen. The 3-meter body was broken in half. The city is not a good place for fighting. Chronos' punch that broke through the speed of sound hit the abdomen of the abomination. The body of the abomination flew backwards. The direction was exactly New York Central Park. There were fewer people there, and it was the most suitable place for fighting at the moment. Damn it! The abomination flipped in midair. His feet stepped on the ground again. He plowed 2 long furrows on the ground. Chronos' figure flashed. Another punch hit the face of the abomination. The figure that had just stopped flew backwards again. The abomination could only be helpless and furious. He roared in the air. Chronos moved faster than the speed of the abomination, flying backwards. Every time the abomination was about to land, Chronos would add a punch. It was just a few tens of seconds. Chronos carried the huge body of the abomination across a distance of several kilometers. Good evening. Chronos' figure flashed again and appeared right above the abomination. ****. The abomination in midair threw a punch, but Chronos dodged it by gently leaning to the side. "We've arrived, friend." Chronos stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the face of the abomination. The two figures fell rapidly. Boom! Like a missile falling to the ground. The body of the abomination smashed a huge amount of deep pit on the ground. And Chronos, who had already landed on a tree in the distance, quietly looked at the dust in front of him. Stronger than the current Hulk. Chronos weighed the strength of the abomination and the Hulk. It feels that the current abomination is stronger than the Hulk, but it is also limited. This is only for the Hulk who has just transformed. If the rage value of Hulk increases after the transformation, the abomination will be beaten by the Hulk. But even so, the strength of the abomination has already touched the upper limit of the conventional superhero on Earth. Under the Subfather, the strength of the abomination is still good. "Who are you?" The dust cleared, and Abomination shook his head and half-knelt on the ground. If it was contempt just now, then now was fear. Abomination definitely knew where this place was. Chronos only had a few punches, and he and himself crossed several kilometers. Arrived at Central Park. The last blow almost made him faint. Abomination couldn't believe it. How could a normal human being have such power? "You can think of me as Hulk's friend." Chronos smiled and answered. "Are you also a person who was injected with Hulk serum?" Abomination obviously misunderstood what Chronos meant. Idiot! Chronos didn't want to talk nonsense with Abomination. After this battle, he might become famous. And Chronos was very sure that he had definitely entered the site of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the latest this year, Nick Fury would definitely come to find him. After finalizing the matter of joining the Avengers, the next thing was that Thor was exiled by Odin. At that time, Chronos can go to New Mexico with Phil Coulson as a consultant. Chronos will definitely not let go of such a favor-raising opportunity. Not to mention Asgard and Thor. They are a very important part of his plan. The golden microcosm rises. Like holy light, it brings hope to people. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Abomination looked at Chronos with horror. The rising golden microcosm gave him a great sense of oppression. Ordinary people may just feel that the light of the microcosm is warm and full of power. It has a magnificent vitality. But in the eyes of Abomination, the power of the microcosm is extremely oppressive. It seems to be a suppression above the level of life. He actually had the urge to kneel down. That divine figure. It made him very uncomfortable. "You don't need to know." Chronos smiled. "It's better for Abomination to die here." "Buzz. Impossible. I have gained invincible power. I can't lose to you." Abomination roared angrily. Abomination, whose life was threatened, had completely fallen into madness. On the other side, the live broadcast reporter who was thrown away by Chronos and Abomination also rushed to the scene of the two fighting. What a dazzling light! Everyone who was watching this event saw the brilliance emanating from Chronos. "Has your strength reached this level?" Aspros was also watching the live broadcast. Banner on the side was watching intently. He wanted to know how Chronos defeated Hulk. Buzz! The golden light burned to the extreme. The sixth senses microcosm mobilized the energy stored in all the cells in the body. Galaxy starburst. The light of Chronos' body gathered on his right fist. "I won't die. I can't lose to you." The Abomination roared and rushed to Chronos. But Chronos was faster. A punch that gathered all the microcosms in the body, plus a punch speed several times the speed of sound. Even a building would evaporate under this punch. Boom! Chronos punched out. A torrent of energy erupted. The golden light illuminated the night sky. "We must recruit him." Nick Fury looked at the satellite broadcast with a firm look in his eyes. Such a bright light reminded him of his old friend, Captain Marvel Carol. The light of Carol destroying the Kree Empire fleet was more dazzling than the light now. In Chronos, Nick Fury saw the shadow of Carol. But at this stage, Chronos is more valuable than Carol. This is why Nick Fury is interested in Chronos. Because Chronos' power can be obtained through practice. Although it is not clear how Chronos practices. But as long as there is this possibility, Nick Fury doesn't mind giving it a try. Just like the Congress of the United States plotted Tony's reactor. The military plotted Hulk's power. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Chronos slowly retracted his right fist. Just at that moment, his microcosmic power broke through. According to Chronos' own classification, it should be the middle stage of the microcosm now. The number of cells he can control now is nearly doubled compared to before. This means that his strength has increased several times and has become stronger. I have a feeling that you will definitely become a national idol. Tony drove the mecha to Chronos. Have you found your new element? Chronos did not answer Tony's ridicule. Instead, he asked about the new element. Not yet, but soon. I've found a relic my father left me. Speaking of the new element, Tony's spirit was shocked. The reactor on his chest has tortured him for too long. Palladium poisoning made him extremely uncomfortable. You should quickly develop your new element. I don't want to see your death in the news. Chronos said with a smile. Then he turned around and left the scene. This scene, comparable to teleportation, made Tony envious. When a new element is successfully researched, I should try to practice it. Tony thought of the manual Chronos gave him before. It recorded the previous practice method of the small universe sixth sense. Although it was very hard, but Tony thought that he could give it a try. After returning to the villa, Chronos received a call from Banner. What's wrong? Dr. Banner. Chronos, Aspros told me. Banner asked Chronos about public opinion. Especially after watching the live broadcast tonight, he felt an urgent desire to return to the sun. Don't worry, this day won't be too far away. Chronos replied. In fact, he already had an idea of Banner's arrangement. At present, he has won over Tony and Banner for the first generation of Avengers. The next target is Thor. As long as the plan goes well. Nick Fury's SHIELD and Avengers are all in his pocket. 3 days have passed since the Battle of Abomination. New York City is still rebuilding after the disaster. But the Sanctuary Consortium has welcomed new visitors. Sir, a department called the Strategic National Logistics Defense and Support Agency wants to see you. Aspros called Chronos. The other party has a high level of authority, and they actually made an appointment directly in the name of a senior executive. This is very rare, but Aspros has long known about the existence of this organization, so it is not surprising. This is just a routine report. After all, the other party is standing in front of him. When Chronos naturally heard the subtext in Aspros' words. The other party said it was 2 o'clock this afternoon. Chronos glanced at the time. It was already 1 o'clock. Okay, you can ask them to come to the villa to find me. Chronos replied. Everyone, our boss agreed to your appointment. I will arrange a car to take you there. Aspros hung up the phone. No need, just tell us the address directly. Phil Coulson interrupted Aspros' arrangement. The address is... Listening to the address given by Aspros, Phil Coulson gave the agent beside him a look. The agent understood and began to report the news. Is it finally coming? Chronos waited quietly in the villa. An hour passed quickly. At 2 o'clock, the villa welcomed the guests on time. Chronos stood at the door and watched the car coming in quietly. The driver was a one-eyed black-bald guy. Chronos recognized the other party at a glance. After all, Nick Fury's appearance is very recognizable. Hello. Chronos stretched out his right hand. Hello. Nick Fury also responded to Chronos. Then the two walked into the villa. There are only Chronos and Nick Fury in the whole villa now. I have heard of your department. Chronos poured Nick Fury a glass of water. Said directly to the point. Oh, when... Nick Fury was a little surprised. After all, the Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Agency is a top-secret organization worldwide. It is even backed by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Ordinary people, let alone knowing about it. Even if they have heard of it, they have never heard of it. I came across it by accident and did some in-depth investigation. The founders of your organization are Howard Stark and Ms. Peggy Carter, right? Two great people, Chronos said with a smile. Nick Fury was not surprised. After all, the organization has existed for so long, and some information will always leak out. It seems that you know a lot. Nick Fury looked at Chronos. The person in front of him was younger than he imagined. He was also more mature than he imagined. If it were an ordinary young man, if he had such power, he would have known it to everyone long ago. But what about Chronos? He does not show his strength and does not leak his water. If it were not for the unexpected impact of the battle between Tony and his uncle Abade on Chronos, maybe Chronos has been hiding himself until now. Thinking of the information he collected, a boy who can go out alone at the age of 10 to seek extraordinary power cannot be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people. Even Nick Fury has to admit that Chronos is very good. Excellent investment vision, outstanding perseverance and execution, and that extraordinary power. Let Nick Fury not underestimate Chronos at all. So, what is the purpose of your visit today? Chronos looked at Nick Fury and waited for his next words. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nick Fury, and I am the director of the Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Support Agency. I came here this time to invite you to join a plan. Nick Fury took out the information in his hand. Facing the person he invited, Nick Fury made sufficient preparations. Just like in the original timeline, he invited Tony in the name of Tony's father. There are also clues to new elements. And now, he invited Chronos and gave him the top secret information that S.H.I.E.L.D. sealed back then. What is this? Chronos took the information Nick Fury handed over. Chronos was a little surprised when he saw the information. He didn't expect Nick Fury to even take out this information. The information is true. The above events are all my personal experiences. This world is very big, so big that there are more than just Earthlings. There are also aliens. Nick Fury looked at Chronos and said lightly. There was some pride in his tone. The Kree Empire? Skrulls. So this race called Skrulls still lives on Earth. Chronos looked at Nick Fury. Sorry, this is top secret. Nick Fury would naturally not be so stupid as to reveal his trump card. So, the reason why you established this organization, is it to maintain peace on Earth? Chronos put down the information in his hand and looked at Nick Fury. Excuse me, I don't think the organization you mentioned has this strength. Chronos raised appropriate doubts. After all, if someone invites you, it would be too cheap to agree. Nick Fury can understand Chronos. After all, someone suddenly appeared and told you that I want to set up an organization to protect the Earth. You would not believe it if you were in his place. How much do you know about this world? Nick Fury looked at Chronos and asked. A lot. I think it should be no less than you. Chronos responded. He started to set foot in the world alone at the age of 10 and began to seek extraordinary power. During this period, he came into contact with the Tarot's secret realm, Kamartaj, to Holy Place, and Blood Clan and other forces in the Otherworld. Strictly speaking, Chronos practiced and grew up in the Otherworld. Oh, Nick Fury was a little surprised by Chronos' answer, but he did not refute Chronos. Because Chronos' power is the best proof. Even with the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is impossible to find the source of Chronos' power. But Chronos has indeed disappeared from the world for about 2 years. Nick Fury guessed that this is related to Chronos' power, but he just couldn't find out. No news. Then you should know that the Earth is not as safe as people think. Dark creatures in the Otherworld, and alien life forms. Your power is very important to the Earth. Nick Fury started talking about his righteousness again. Chronos wanted to laugh, but he held back. After all, his original plan was to join S.H.I.E.L.D., then get some authority in a fair and open manner. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. has not experienced the Hydra chaos. Alexander Pierce still holds great power. If it really doesn't work, Chronos doesn't mind contacting HYDRA. At least in Chronos' perception, Hydra is much more reliable than forces like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers. No matter which branch others are from, they're all moving towards the same goal. In order to rule the world, it can be said that everyone is united. An organization composed of ordinary people, it has created many problems for the Illuminati. In a parallel universe, it once ruled the world. For For the completely neutral Chronos, Hydra and SHIELD are no different. What can I get? Chronos asked. The meaning is very clear with my current status, money, and strength. What can you give me by joining this so-called Avengers? Nick Fury fell silent. He was also thinking, what can SHIELD give? Chronos is different from Tony. After all, Tony's father made a certain contribution to the creation of S.H.I.E.L.D. So to convince Tony, you can start with his father. But facing Chronos, who is as rich as Tony and a strong man himself, it seems very difficult. The world's law enforcement power, SHIELD's intelligence channels, and some top-secret intelligence about the Earth and aliens. Nick Fury made up his mind. Speak directly. These are the foundation of S.H.I.E.L.D. As the white glove of the 5 major countries, SHIELD has great authority. There is no doubt about this. But it is not that they can do whatever they want. Most of SHIELD's actions require the approval of the World Security Council. After all, they're the financial sponsors. The reason why Nick Fury can make such a big bet is that the bait released by Chronos is big enough. After all, Chronos was originally the helmsman of the Sanctuary Consortium and has strong financial resources. Add the Stark Group. SHIELD may be able to break away from the World Security Council and realize self-operation. Although it is very difficult, at least there is this possibility. Secondly, it is the power that Chronos can obtain through practice. This is why Nick Fury made a big bet. He does not ask everyone to have the power comparable to Chronos. As long as he can have half, or even 1/3, it is enough to realize his power. What I need to pay? Chronos asked immediately. Nick Fury's conditions were beyond Chronos' imagination. He didn't expect Nick Fury to be so bold. Your ability to practice, your strength, and some financial support from the Sanctuary Consortium. Hearing this, Chronos' eyes flashed with a smile, but there was no expression on his face. After all, these are things he had guessed. Let me tell you one thing first. The power I have now can indeed be obtained through practice. But not everyone is a genius in practice like me. According to my model, the best age for practice is 10 years old. Beyond this age, there is an effect, but the gains may not be great. And I can't guarantee that anyone can break through to my level. Nick Fury's face was expressionless. When in S.H.I.E.L.D., the think tank's analysis was similar to what Chronos said now. If you can have such a powerful power as Chronos through practice, then this kind of ability has long been known in the World Cup. Since there is no such thing, it means that there is a threshold for cultivation. How much can it be improved? Nick Fury asked. The strongest one is comparable to the captain. Deal. Nick Fury agreed to Chronos' deal and conditions. Happy cooperation. By the way, give me an official identity. Chronos finally smiled. I didn't expect you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony and Chronos were chatting in a villa. SHIELD was also officially renamed. After Chronos, Tony also received an invitation from Nick Fury. After all, they're 2 big money sponsors, and if they can be invited, they must be invited. I just made a deal with Nick Fury. It's just that I joined SHIELD myself, and it has nothing to do with the Sanctuary Consortium. Chronos said, we will be comrades in the future. Tony was still very happy. After all, he had almost no friends in the first half of his life. After meeting Chronos, they had many common topics. Recently, under the introduction of Chronos, he met Banner. Tony definitely knew who Banner was, but he really didn't know that Banner actually worked in the Sanctuary Consortium. Chronos shared some top-secret information he got from Nick Fury. Tony also realized the crisis of the Earth, although he has not experienced the Battle of New York yet. But Tony agreed to Chronos' plan to whitewash Hulk. Because Chronos also joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony would come to Chronos every other day. The villa where Chronos lived was very close to Banner. It was quiet, with beautiful scenery and perfect laboratories. Tony didn't want to go home for a long time. After all, the new element had been synthesized. The problem of palladium poisoning was also solved. Tony now felt like enjoying life. After all, he had experienced 2 life and death experiences. Tony had let go of many things. Ding! Chronos' phone rang. At the moment, he was basking in the sun in the yard. Tony and Banner were lying next to him. What's wrong? It was a call from Nick Fury. Chronos had a feeling that the thing he had been waiting for a long time had finally come. Do you have time to go to New Mexico? A hammer fell from the sky there. After testing, it should be an alien creation. Nick Fury's voice sounded on the other side of the phone. Okay. Chronos was a little excited, but his tone was calm. Finally, this day has come. What's wrong? Tony asked curiously. Nothing. SHIELD has a mission. You guys take your time. I'm going on a business trip. Chronos stretched lazily. I have to say that SHIELD is very efficient. I called in the morning, and at noon, Chronos had already arrived in front of Mjolnir. Is this the hammer? Chronos arrived at the scene. A cordon had been set up around it by S.H.I.E.L.D. That's right, the instrument can't detect the structure of this hammer. The material is not recorded on Earth. In addition, this hammer is very heavy. Even a large crane can't move it all. Phil Coulson reported to Chronos. Although Chronos has just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Chronos has a high authority. This is specially approved by Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce. Looking at Mjolnir in front of him, Chronos reached out and grasped the handle. Want to know if he can lift it? Crack, crack. Some cracks appeared on the ground. It really doesn't work. Chronos retracted his hands. Odin said that whoever can lift Mjolnir can obtain the power of Thor. But in fact, there is still only a backdoor left for Thor. Unless the strength can surpass Odin and forcibly break Odin's magic. But who would look down on Mjolnir if the strength exceeds Odin? In the final analysis, the owner of this Mjolnir is still Thor. Let's visit the surrounding area first to see if there are any clues. Or some special person. Chronos said to Phil Coulson. As for himself, he plans to wait here. If nothing unexpected happens, Thor will find this place directly. In the next 2 days, Chronos meditated while communicating with Mjolnir with his mental power. But in the end, it all ended in failure. It's really a hammer that is hard to change. Chronos smiled. He didn't covet Mjolnir, but he had a lot of ideas about the materials for making Mjolnir. At present, the only material that can meet the requirements of making holy clothes in the Marvel world is URU. Super strong enchantment and extreme hardness. Many Marvel artifacts are made of URU. For example, the most famous Infinity Gauntlet and Thor's Storm Axe. The second is the original Vibranium. Vibranium's enchantment is okay, but it's far inferior to URU's. And Vibranium's endurance ability is far less powerful than URU's. You have to know that after breaking through the seventh sense, it's easy to fight with Godfather or above. And Vibranium can be easily broken even by a sub-Godfather. The gap is too big. At %UN hashtag, just as Chronos was thinking, a conflict suddenly broke out outside. What's going on? Chronos asked. There is a man who claims to be Thor, who wants to take back his hammer. An agent reported. Let him in. Chronos' eyes lit up, and he finally waited for it. Mjolnir, I finally found you. Thor walked and covered in mud. Although their divine powers were sealed, the physical fitness of Asgard people is naturally more than 5 times that of Earthlings. The physical fitness of the royal family will be stronger. In just a short while, Thor, whose divine power was sealed, knocked down more than a dozen well-trained SHIELD agents. Each of these agents is well-trained, but 3 or 5 people joined forces and couldn't stop Thor. Thor ignored everyone present and walked straight towards Mjolnir. Sir, can he really lift this hammer? Phil Coulson asked behind Chronos. I don't think so. If he is really Thor, how could he fall to this point now? It is likely that something happened. Chronos watched Thor walk towards Mjolnir and responded. Phil Coulson nodded thoughtfully. It is mainly because these two things are too coincidental. He also knows the legend of Norse mythology. Thor's weapon is indeed a hammer, and the hammer in front of them, according to their detection, is most likely not a product of the Earth. This series of coincidences combined together, then it is very likely not a coincidence. No. What? Thor slumped next to Mjolnir. He looked for his weapon with joy, but he found that he could not lift Mjolnir. This was undoubtedly a huge amount of blow to Thor. See, I said he couldn't lift it. Find 2 people to help him clean up and prepare for the conversation. Chronos said to Phil Coulson. Okay. Phil Coulson also wanted to know whether the man in front of him was Thor. Half an hour later, the three sat in a makeshift conference room. Are you Thor? Is that your weapon Mjolnir outside? Chronos looked at the dazed Thor in front of him and asked, Who are you? Thor didn't want to answer any questions at all now. If you don't mind, can you tell me what happened? Why did you come to Earth? We may be able to help you. Chronos said to Thor, Help me. You are just mortals from Midgard. How can you help me? That's Odin's magic. Even my divine power is sealed. You are even less likely to crack it. A bitter smile appeared on Thor's face. There was no momentum that he had when he confronted Odin in the Asgard hall before. That's hard to say. Chronos put his right hand on Thor's shoulder, and his microcosm was running. A powerful force brought Thor's thoughts back to his brain. Are you willing to tell me? Chronos smiled. What a strange power. It's not weaker than divine power. Thor was shocked by Chronos' power. Midgard mortals actually have such strength. Although Thor's divine power was sealed, he still had the most basic vision. After all, he has fought in the 9 realms and the universe for thousands of years. The strength of Chronos in front of him must not be weaker than him. Maybe he is even stronger. This is what happened. According to Thor's narration, Chronos and Phil Coulson quickly understood the whole story. It's probably like this. Thor looked frustrated. Chronos and Phil Coulson looked at each other. They both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. This guy doesn't seem to be very smart. For Chronos and Phil Coulson, this is the simplest analysis. It's nothing more than the heir to the throne. The second son is jealous of the eldest son and is making trouble. But Thor just can't see through this. But then again, your divine power is sealed. Why don't you try to get your divine power back? Why are you looking for your weapon? Chronos raised a question appropriately. I'm just trying to get my divine power back. Thor looked at Chronos speechlessly. Is your source of power the hammer? Chronos asked. Definitely not. The source of my power comes from my thunder godhead. Thor retorted. Then why do you have no power without a hammer? Chronos' words were like a club. It hit Thor's brain directly. Yes. Why can't I control my own power without Mjolnir? Thor was stunned. In the past, he had never thought about this question. Chronos did not disturb Thor's thinking, but took Phil Coulson out of the meeting room. Be prepared for battle. Chronos said to Phil Coulson as soon as he walked out of the meeting room. Be prepared for battle? Phil Coulson's eyes were a little confused. Yes, if Thor is really the Prince of Asgard, then according to what he just said, Loki will definitely find a way to keep Thor on Earth forever. It may be a lie, or it may be force. Chronos' words reminded Phil Coulson. Even if there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance, we should indeed prepare for war. I know, I'll prepare now. Phil Coulson's face was serious. Since you're already here, let's meet. After sending Phil Coulson away, Chronos said to the heir in front of him, Don't you want to come out? His Highness Loki, the second prince of Asgard. Chronos looked at an empty space. Under the ability of overclocking the 5 senses, the sound of Loki's blood flowing was so deafening in Chronos' ears. How did you find me? A flash of green light passed, and Loki appeared in front of Chronos. At the moment, he looked at Chronos with fear in his eyes. From the moment you appeared, you have entered my perception range. Chronos' eyes were full of oppression. Loki at this time was different from Thor. As the second prince of Asgard, he was extremely proud. He thought he was a god. He would become a better king than Thor. He was full of contempt for mortals. It was not until he was beaten by Hulk in the Battle of New York that he realized that human power was so strong. So, you said those words to me? Loki naturally heard what Chronos had just said to Phil Coulson. Definitely. You want to kill Thor, I don't care. After all, this is an internal problem of your Asgard royal family. But Thor can't get into trouble in Midgard. Hearing Chronos' words, Loki showed a mocking expression on his face. Do you think you could protect Thor? In front of the god, Loki was confident that if he summoned the destroyer, no one in Midgard would be able to defeat him. You can try. The microcosm in Chronos' body began to rise. A faint golden light covered the surface of his body. His eyes were also dyed golden. At the moment, Chronos looked more like a god than Loki. Such a posture. Loki also perceived the changes in Chronos. His eyes were full of fear, although he didn't want to admit it. But now the strength shown by Chronos has surpassed him. You are no match for me without your godhood activated. If you have activated your godhood now, I will turn around and leave. Chronos' words made Loki's veins jump. He was actually provoked by a mortal. As long as I kill Thor, I will be the heir to the throne of Asgard. If you help me now, you will gain the friendship of the new king of Asgard. Loki tried to persuade Chronos with a big promise. Loki, don't you understand yet? As a giant of Jotunheim, it is impossible for you to inherit the throne of Asgard, even if you succeed in ascending the throne of the king of Asgard. With your strength, you can't defend Asgard. Chronos' words made Loki's face change drastically. He didn't expect that the problem of his bloodline would be revealed by a mortal. Who are you? Why do you know this? Loki's expression was cold at the moment, and his face was full of murderous intent. You don't need to care how I know. You just need to know that you can't kill Thor on Earth. Even if I don't intervene, do you think you can kill Thor? Odin exiled Thor to let him train his character, not to die. The moment Thor was on the verge of death, the power would definitely return. He is Odin's biological son. Chronos' words struck Loki like lightning. But then, Loki's face became hideous. I don't believe it. As long as Thor dies, I will become a better king than him. You can't protect him. Loki's figure disappeared in the roar. Chronos did not stop him, because it was useless to stop him. Although Loki has the heart of a warrior, his magic power is very strong. Loki is just a little crazy now, so he always wants to compete with Thor in close combat. In fact, Loki's ability is full in magic. In the later period, Loki even replaced the title of Sorcerer Supreme as the first magician in the 9 realms. He can easily fake his death to deceive anyone, and he can shape entities with magic. The godhood of the god of lies was directly used by Loki as the godhood of the concept god. In the final form of the god of stories, Loki can even easily modify the timeline of the multi-universe. He can even add or delete a character in the timeline at will. But no one will find out. Loki, who holds the timeline, is almost invincible in the multi-universe. Even now, Loki's magic power is extremely strong. He died in front of Thor several times, but Thor could not detect any abnormality. Enduring Ragnarok, he even exiled the elderly Odin and transformed himself into Odin to control the entire Asgard without being discovered. This already shows Loki's potential and strength. Looks like we have to fight again, although this is an internal matter of Asgard. But if Chronos wants to make a deal with Odin, then Thor cannot die. Chronos also thought about cooperating with Loki. But on second thought, Thor is still a fool who is easy to fool. So he gave up Loki. Loki is too smart. After returning to Asgard, Loki put away his crazy face. But the murderous intent in his eyes could not be hidden. Arriving at the door of the Asgard Hall, Loki took a deep breath. Walked in. Mother, I'm back. Loki said to Frigga, Is Thor okay? Frigga looked at Loki and asked. I don't know why. At the moment, Loki heard Frigga's words of concern for Thor, and he suddenly felt extremely irritated. But he still suppressed his anger and said to Frigga, He is fine, but he can't get his power back for the time being. Father Seal is a little too strong. Hearing Loki's words, Frigga temporarily put aside her worries. Your father is about to enter eternal sleep. I will be by his side to keep him company. If there is anything in Asgard during this period, it will all be left to you to deal with. Frigga said to Loki, Now the most important thing for the entire Asgard is Odin's eternal sleep. If Odin's eternal sleep fails, then Asgard will lose Odin, the God King. This is unacceptable to Asgard. Not to mention that Odin's life is also linked to the seal of Helheim. Thinking of Hela in Helheim, Frigga's eyes showed a worried look. Although Hela is not her daughter, but she has come into contact with Hela. After all, when Hela and Odin fought against the 9 realms and the universe, the Vanir Protoss is also an opponent of Asgard. Frigga knows that after thousands of years, Hela's current strength must have reached the level Godfather. If the other party returns to Asgard, reconnect with the origin of Asgard, then Hela's strength will expand to the level of Odin in a short time. This is definitely a disaster for the entire Asgard. The worry in Frigga's eyes was clearly seen by Loki. But Loki didn't know the existence of Hela, so he thought Frigga was worried about Thor. Thor! Loki's anger towards Thor at the moment has reached a limit. As long as Odin enters eternal sleep, he will immediately set up the destroyer to go to Midgard and take Thor's life. The next day, Queen Frigga announced to the whole of Asgard that Loki had temporarily taken power. How could it be? The three warriors of Asgard and Sif looked at Loki on the high ground, their eyes full of disbelief. When Thor was exiled, the decision of Loki taking power was announced. Did His Majesty Odin decide to pass the throne to Loki? Fandal gritted his teeth and said, "No, we have to find Thor. The throne of Asgard cannot be passed to Loki." Sif's face was serious, although Loki and Thor have a good relationship on the surface. But Sif sees it clearly. Loki's jealousy of Thor is very strong. The last revenge on the giants of Jotunheim was also instigated by Loki. Add to that the words of Lauf, the king of the giants of Jotunheim, traitor of Odin's family. Sif has begun to suspect that all this was directed and acted by Loki himself. The purpose is to take the throne of Asgard. Let's go together. Hogun also decided to find Thor. Some people may not know who Hogun is. Hogun is the supporting role with a meteor hammer who was nailed to the ground by Hela's sword in Thor, Ragnarok. Although the three warriors of Asgard have a high status in myths and legends. But in Marvel, they don't have much role. Except for Hogun, whose cause of death is relatively clear. The cause of death of the other two is unclear. Especially Fandral, who is known as the first swordsman in the Nine Realms, disappeared quietly. But entering Midgard privately is not allowed. So the four people can only come to the side of Bifrost and want to negotiate with Heimdall. I know your intention. Go. Heimdall directly opened the Bifrost. This surprised the four people a little, but they still thanked Heimdall. In fact, Heimdall had already guessed it, but he just didn't want to interfere in the royal family's family affairs. Heimdall never served the God King. He served the people of Asgard. This point is well reflected in Thor, Ragnarok. It's just because Odin's personality charm convinced him. So Heimdall has been staying here. Heimdall is a character with a relatively important role in Thor. The ability of his eyes can see through the entire universe, and he can share his vision with others. It's considered the acute eyes in Norse mythology. And in the comics, Heimdall's strength in the whole Asgard is second only to Odin. These bastards, since you love Thor so much, then die with Thor. The departure of the three Asgard warriors and Sif naturally could not be hidden from Loki. After all, the opening of Bifrost is quite a big deal, and Odin and Frigga have already started the process of eternal sleep, blocked all external interference and things. But Loki knew that was not the right time yet. He had to wait a little longer. But now, he had to deal with Heimdall. After all, Heimdall would definitely not agree to teleport the destroyer to Midgard. Loki picked up the eternal spear Gungnir beside him and walked towards the direction of Bifrost. On the other side on Earth, Chronos looked at Loki, who was leaving, thinking, "Now, this should be the best time to make a deal with Thor." "Thor, are you interested in making a deal?" Chronos interrupted Thor's meditation. "What deal?" Thor looked at Chronos. At the moment, his brain was still down, still thinking about why he didn't have divine power without Mjolnir. "I just met your brother, Loki. It seems that your relationship is not very good. According to his current attitude, he may want to get rid of you." "Impossible," Thor retorted subconsciously. But then he seemed to think of something. From childhood to adulthood, Loki has done a lot of things to him. There were even several times when he almost took his life. It was just because Thor was too careless. But now, it came from Chronos' mouth. Thor has somewhat accepted this fact. "You should know that there's only one throne in Asgard. If you ascend the throne, Loki will be out of luck. So what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Thor raised his head. Although he doesn't like to use his brain, he is not a fool. Chronos obviously told him these words on purpose. "I can protect your safety. As part of the deal, I need the godhead of Asgard." Chronos' words made Thor's face change. The godhead is a very precious thing. Even the God King has no control over the godhead. Because when every god is born, the godhead will automatically choose its own master. In other words, the godhead has consciousness. I can't agree to this deal with you. Even the god king of Asgard has no right to control the godhead. Gods are born. There are almost no creatures who become gods after birth. Thor said to Chronos, looking at all the gods in the universe now. No god became a god after birth. All are innate gods. Before they were born, they were already chosen by the godhead. Thor can understand Chronos' idea, because becoming a god means a long life and great power. Compared to the short life of a human being in Midgard of 100 years, the life of a god is endless. Although in the MCU timeline, Odin's lifespan is less than Hale. But in the comic timeline, Odin is a powerful god who has lived for tens of millions of years. Such a long lifespan is unimaginable for humans. I know, you don't have to worry about it, as long as you don't stop me when I contact the godhood. Chronos said lightly. His purpose is not to integrate the godhood that Asgard already has. In this world, the godhood is limited. Although powerful, the upper limit has been locked. At most, it is multi-universe level. To transcend the multi-universe level, that must be the godhood of the creator god. But at present, none of the creator gods in the entire Marvel world have fallen. In short, gods of this level cannot commit suicide even if they want to. They can only sleep. The most typical example is Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance. As the main body of infinite gems, she was tired of her long life. She chose to disintegrate. Her body turned into 7 infinite gems. But even so, as long as the 7 infinite gems merge, the goddess of vengeance can be revived. You mean you won't take the godhood, just study it? Thor looked at Chronos thoughtfully. That's right. Chronos' goal is to integrate a godhood by himself. But the birth of a godhood is not so easy, because it must be recognized by the laws of the Marvel world. Only then can it be called a god. Okay. Thor nodded and agreed to the deal. Asgard. Heimdall, do you know that what you did is a betrayal of Asgard? Loki held Gungnir in his hand and stared at Heimdall. Who among us is the traitor? Heimdall looked at Loki in front of him, his eyes full of ridicule. As the helmsman of Asgard Bifrost, he has a very long life. He knows a lot of Asgard's history clearly, including Loki's life experience. What do you know? Loki's face changed. In the 9 realms, nothing can be hidden from my eyes. Heimdall sighed. Loki turned back. It's not too late now. Heimdall looked at Loki. Turn back. I'm a king of Asgard. Why do you all choose Thor? Loki roared angrily. You are now a traitor to Asgard. I declare in the name of the God King that you are expelled from Asgard. Loki's eyes turned red and stared at Heimdall. That depends on your ability. Heimdall's golden pupils were calm. Holding the sword in both hands, he looked at Loki expressionlessly. Go! Just as Loki spoke, 2 giants of Jotunheim rushed to Heimdall. Naive. Heimdall was extremely powerful. Among the giants of Jotunheim, no one except Lauf could pose a threat to him. With 2 backhanded swords, the 2 giants of Jotunheim were beheaded. But Heimdall had made all kinds of calculations, but he didn't expect that Loki had already mastered the Casket of Ancient Winters in Odin's treasury. Casket of Ancient Winters is the heirloom of the giants of Jotunheim. It was captured by Odin because of Lauf's defeat. In terms of power alone, in the entire 9 realms, the power of Casket of Ancient Winters may be second only to Odin's eternal spear Gungnir. Although the eternal spear is a symbol of the kingship of Asgard. But in the entire Asgard, only Odin can use the eternal spear. This artifact is more like a fire stick in the entire Thor series, rather than an artifact that suppresses the 9 realms. But Casket of Ancient Winters is different. Loki is the royal blood of the giants of Jotunheim. Casket of Ancient Winters has no resistance to Loki. By the time Heimdall reacted, the whole person had been instantly frozen by the powerful, freezing air of Casket of Ancient Winters. At the moment, Heimdall had turned into an ice sculpture. Keep an eye on him. Loki glanced at Heimdall and said to the 2 giants of Jotunheim beside him, holding Gungnir and mastering the Casket of Ancient Winters. Now Loki is the strongest man in Asgard. After returning to Asgard, Loki went directly to the Odin treasury. There's the most powerful weapon in Asgard, the Destroyer armor. Definitely, that is the most powerful one, Loki thinks. The Destroyer armor is also the guardian of Odin's treasury. Thor, your death is coming. Loki's eyes were red. After using the casket of ancient winters, Loki giants of Jotunheim's bloodline has been revealed. Sir, a strong energy fluctuation is detected. It is consistent with the energy fluctuation when Mjolnir fell before. In the temporary camp, the SHIELD agent reported to Chronos. It's Bifrost. Someone is coming down. Thor reacted immediately. Be on guard. All agents were ready for battle. Chronos also came to the outside world. Colorful light streaked across the sky, falling directly onto the ground. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. Chronos looked at the Bifrost in front of him. He was shocked by the power contained in it. The speed of Bifrost is faster than the speed of light. It is the best way for the Asgard army to travel. In Thor 4, Thor's storm axe can also activate Bifrost. How fast is it? From the Earth to the Shadow Kingdom at the edge of the universe. It only took 1 or 2 days. This speed is countless times faster than the speed of light. Bifrost already has some spatial characteristics, and Bifrost is not just a tool for travel. It is also a powerful weapon. According to Thor, a fully powered Bifrost can easily penetrate fixed star. Isn't this a star destroyer? Others may just think Bifrost looks good, but Chronos could feel the incomparably powerful force in Bifrost. For figures walked out of Bifrost. Wait, don't do it yet. Chronos, stop the SHIELD agent's actions. Are you the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif? Although Chronos didn't know them. But the configuration of 3 men and 1 woman, plus the way Bifrost traveled, it was easy to guess the other party's identity. Not to mention that Chronos also knew part of the plot development direction. Do you know us? Sif looked at Chronos unexpectedly. Definitely. You should be looking for Thor. Follow me. Chronos signaled Phil Coulson with his eyes. Phil Coulson immediately understood Chronos' idea. Then he asked everyone present to put away their weapons. It turns out that it is really Thor. Phil Coulson looked at the 4 people who walked into the temporary base with Chronos. He sighed secretly. If the other party's appearance was not too explosive, he still didn't believe what the other party said. Thor, your friend is here. Chronos brought 4 people to the room where Thor was. Fandar, Hogan, Volstagg, Sif, why are you here? Thor stood up excitedly. Thor, are you okay? Volstagg hugged Thor excitedly. Odin fell into eternal sleep, accompanied by the queen. The supervision of Asgard was handed over to Loki. But I always have a bad feeling in my heart. Sif said to Thor with a worried look. But what can I do now? My divine power has not recovered yet. Thor said helplessly. Even if the supervision of Asgard is now handed over to Loki, he can't do anything. He can only stay on Earth honestly. Sir, energy fluctuations have appeared again. What? Do you still have friends? Chronos looked at the 5 people in front of him. No more. There are only 4 of us here to find Thor. Sif seemed to understand what Chronos meant. Get ready for battle. Trouble is coming. Chronos ordered everyone present to fight. If the destroyer armor is really here, it will be a fierce battle. As for whether the SHIELD agent will be sacrificed, what does it have to do with him? He didn't kill anyone. And if there is no sacrifice, how can it be said that this mission is difficult? The light of Bifrost fell again. But this time, a robot that looked very strange came out. Destroyer armor? The moment they saw the armor, the faces of the 3 Asgard warriors and Thor changed drastically. What is this? Phil Coulson looked at the people whose faces changed drastically and asked. He had a bad feeling. This is the armor that Odin built when he conquered the universe. It can increase the user's divine power. It is considered the strongest weapon among Asgard. This is trouble. Sif explained with a grim face. Although the gods of their generation have never seen the destroyer armor in action, but the power of the destroyer armor has been circulated among Asgard. This is the artifact that Odin used to fight against powerful enemies. Don't panic. The destroyer armor is indeed powerful, but it also depends on who is using it. If it is Odin wearing this armor, then the earth will be thrown directly at it. If it is Loki, I don't think there is any need to worry. Chronos was very calm, because the destroyer armor did not show its due strength in Loki's hands. In the original comics, the destroyer armor was a weapon specially built by Odin to fight against the Celestials. In fact, Odin succeeded. Odin, wearing the destroyer armor, defeated another Celestial from the level single universe with the strength of the Father, although he was torn apart by many Celestials in the end. But this cannot deny the power of the destroyer armor, and the destroyer armor controlled by Loki. But it was smashed into pieces by Thor, who had just recovered his divine power. This was the most puzzling thing when Chronos saw this scene. Even if the destroyer armor was not as powerful as when Odin controlled it, it would not be dismantled by Thor in a few moves. Chronos can only say that this thing is not worthy of its name. If Thor could control the destroyer armor during Ragnarok, he might be able to fight Hela. All disappear. Loki roared madly in Asgard. Gungnir, the spear of eternity, can also summon Bifrost at this stage. This is how the destroyer armor was sent to Earth. It was because of this accident that Asgard transformed the Bifrost. When it came to Ragnarok, only the sword in Heimdall's hand could open the Bifrost. I think it was too dangerous to open the Bifrost at will. After all, the Bifrost is also a killer. In fact, Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity, is the most powerful artifact in Asgard. But unfortunately, no one in the entire Asgard can use it except Odin. This makes the Spear of Eternity a fire stick. During Ragnarok, if Thor could activate the power of the Spear of Eternity, he would not be beaten so badly by Hela. One of his eyes was blinded. Buzz! The destroyer armor ignited with fiery red energy. Rays like laser beams spewed out from the mouth of the destroyer armor. It's so hot. Chronos dodged the destroyer armor's rays. This energy ray was incredibly hot, and the charging speed was also extremely fast. With the nerves of ordinary people, they couldn't react at all. It was just a blink of an eye. SHIL, the agents, suffered casualties. Thor, if you can't find your power back, your friends may not survive, Chronos said to Thor beside him. But Thor is also very anxious now, although Chronos promised to protect him. But what about his friends? Betray Asgard? Crystal Wall. The golden energy barrier locked the destroyer armor tightly inside. You retreat first. This guy is not an opponent you can deal with, Chronos said to Phil Coulson. It was just the beginning of the battle. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already lost several people. Chronos' goal was also achieved. Just save a few people. The destroyer armor released another energy beam, but it was stopped by Chronos' crystal wall. Instead, it bounced back to himself. Loki, I said, you can't kill Thor in Midgard, Chronos said to the destroyer armor. He knew that Loki could hear him. Looking for death, Loki injected all his divine power into the destroyer armor. He also knew that with his own strength, just making the destroyer armor move was already very good. If you want to kill Thor, you have to go all out. Since you don't want the destroyer armor, then give it to me. Chronos looked at the destroyer armor. This is a divine weapon made of URU steel. If Loki wasn't so useless, this armor could wipe out all the forces on Earth except the holy place. The most important thing is that Thor didn't take the destroyer armor with him after it was broken. Chronos felt that his armor might be found. The crystal wall was constantly compressed. The destroyer armor's range of movement was getting smaller and smaller. All the energy beams fired hit him. The high temperature had damaged the shell of the destroyer armor. Impossible. How can you, a mortal, suppress the destroyer armor? Loki stood on Asgard and saw the scene in front of him through the destroyer armor. He was so angry that the true form of the giants of Jotunheim was almost revealed. Chronos glanced at the destroyer armor in front of him, as if he knew what Loki was thinking. I said, if your godhood has been awakened, then I will turn around and leave. But it is obvious that you are not strong enough now. Even if you are now the king of Asgard, you can't defend Asgard. Chronos' voice fell, and the golden light on his body bloomed. The microcosm of the middle stage of his sixth sense boiled. The crystal wall squeezed the destroyer armor, and made a crackling sound. It seemed that it would collapse directly in the next second if it could not bear it. I am a god. Loki widened his eyes. He looked at Chronos in front of him with gritted teeth. But Loki was only helpless and furious. Even driving the destroyer armor, he couldn't beat Chronos. If his real body went down, it would only be more miserable. No matter what you say, Asgard is now under my control. Even if Thor regains his power, he can't come back. Loki can only comfort himself in this way. Now he's the acting king announced by Frigga herself, holding the eternal spear Gungnir. If Odin's eternal sleep goes smoothly, it will last at least hundreds of years. These hundreds of years are completely controlled by Loki. Originally, Loki was going to lure Lauf to assassinate Odin. Then he would come forward and kill Lauf to prove that he would be a better past than Thor. But after Chronos talked to him, all the resentment in his heart broke out. As Chronos said, he is not Odin's own flesh and blood. He is not an Aesir. He is just a giant of Jotunheim, even if he proves that he is better than Thor. The position of king of Asgard will not be his. This gave Loki an idea, that is, to directly replace Odin and become the new king of Asgard. Once this idea sprouted, it could no longer be stopped. So Loki simply used the casket of ancient winters to suppress Lauf, and then used the eternal spear to stab the other party to death. To say that Lauf's death was also aggrieved. A powerful level god father died in the hands of his own son. Definitely, Lauf, who lost the casket of ancient winters, is far from the level of level godfather. Lauf's own strength is not as good as Surti. Surti, who has the eternal fire, is definitely the strongest in the 9 realms. In order to plan Surti's eternal fire, Odin lost 2 or 3 brothers. Only then did he successfully take Surti and put the opponent's eternal fire in Odin's treasury. Without the eternal fire, Surti's strength quickly weakened, although he is still the ruler of Muspelheim, the fire demon. But now his strength has fallen from the title of Father of Heaven. He is even inferior to the Subfather of Heaven. Otherwise, he would not be killed by Thor, who was holding Mjolnir and whose divine power had not yet awakened. Lauf is in the same situation. But Lauf's situation is worse than Surti's. Casket of Ancient Winters is the treasure of giants of Jotunheim. It can not only increase the strength of giants of Jotunheim, it can also suppress the blood of giants of Jotunheim. Lauf, who lost Casket of Ancient Winters, also fell from status. He is far from the king of giants of Jotunheim, who could fight back and forth with Odin. Extremely weak and defenseless, coupled with the suppression of Casket of Ancient Winters. Lauf died under the Spear of Eternity in this way. Loki mastered Casket of Ancient Winters with the body of giants of Jotunheim and became the new king of giants of Jotunheim. In addition, Frigga announced that Loki is the acting king of Asgard. Loki is now the king of the 2 worlds of Asgard and Jotunheim. On the other side, looking at the destroyer armor that was suppressed by him and could not move, Chronos fell into thought. He couldn't suppress this thing like this all the time. As long as he let go, it would move freely, and the destructive power is amazing. Thor, I have a way to help you restore your divine power. After thinking about it, Chronos decided to give Thor a blow. What method? Thor came to Chronos' side, with an excited face. Do you believe that your father loves you? Chronos' words made Thor stunned. Then he said firmly, believe it. That's good. Chronos nodded. Then he punched Thor. This is a punch that is blessed with a small universe and is faster than the speed of sound. Even if Thor is the royal family of Asgard, God's body can't bear it. Thor was seen flying backwards for hundreds of meters under Chronos' punch. Then he landed heavily on the ground. There was no sound. Chronos' punch stunned everyone present. Thor, the 3 Asgard warriors, and Sif shouted and ran towards the place where Thor fell. Loki, who was in Asgard, had a face full of question marks. Where did you say you would protect Thor? Why did you punch him back? Damn mortal! Sif looked at Chronos angrily. He was about to kill Chronos, the murderer who killed Thor. The 3 warriors of Asgard also looked at Chronos with murderous intent. Sir, Phil Coulson was also frightened by Chronos' punch. He even wondered if Chronos had reached some agreement with Loki, the new king of Asgard. That's why he attacked Thor. "Come on, Odin, let me see if you plan to watch your son die like this." Chronos was not worried at all, because he knew what Odin was thinking. Odin was also unlucky. He was a qualified god king, but definitely not a qualified father. According to Marvel, Odin had 3 children. The first one was the eldest prince, who is also the god of light Balder. In myths and legends, this god of light Balder can almost be said to be the perfect heir. He was brave, powerful, and kind, but he died. In myths and legends, the cause of death was explained. But in the Marvel timeline, the cause of Baldur's death is not clear. Even more straightforward, in many parallel universes, there is no god Baldur at all. Even if there is, it is just a corpse or a legend. The number of appearances is very few. Definitely, this is also normal. After all, this is Marvel. The god of light is more like a curse. Among the 4 ancient gods of multi-universe creation, the only one who died is also the god of light. Ashtar, the messenger of light. All those who are well known in Marvel are evil gods. For example, the snake god Set and the god of the underworld Scython. Mephisto, the lord of the hell dimension, and Dormammu, the lord of the dark dimension. There are also the outer god, Demon and Shumagris, and Mephistus Sidorak of the Crimson Universe, etc. These are essentially all evil gods. There are also countless gods who claim to be the incarnation of darkness and chaos. For example, the god of symbiotes, Null, the king of chaos, etc. But the gods of light are pitifully few. Even if there is, it is only a legend, or it has already fallen. It is precisely because of the fall of Baldur, the god of light. Odin attaches great importance to his second child, Hela, who inherited the godhood of the goddess of death. Because he was afraid that Hela would fall like Baldur, Odin tried every way to enhance Hela's strength. The stupidest thing he did was to connect Hela's origin with Asgard. This makes Hela stronger the longer she stays in Asgard. Hela did not disappoint Odin. At a young age, she awakened the godhood and mastered the power of God, accompanying Odin to conquer the universe and the 9 realms. Invincible and undefeated, knowing that Odin knew the existence of the Celestials. It is precisely because of the existence of the Celestials that Odin was discouraged. He gave up the idea of conquering the universe. But Hela, who enjoyed the ultimate killing and conquest, has gone astray. She thought Odin had lost his ambition, so she decided to replace him. This was also Odin's mistake. He forced the growth of Hela. Hela was very powerful, but Hela's nature gradually disappeared under the influence of the godhead of death. She only knew how to kill and conquer. The godhead of death affected Hela before she had fully established her values. This also led to her and Odin turning against each other. But Odin was unwilling to kill his own child, so he imprisoned Hela in Helheim. He hoped that Hela could control her own godhead and power in Helheim. Obviously, Odin failed again. Hela, who was sealed in Helheim, was full of resentment towards Odin. This also led to their relationship becoming more and more distant. Then it was Thor. After the incident with Hela, Odin decided to let Thor grow up freely and happily, to avoid becoming a god like Hela because of the early awakening of the power of God. So at the age of 1,500, Thor is still a god who has not awakened the godhead. It is a bit weak, but Odin is very satisfied. But Odin didn't expect that Thor's rebellious period would come so late. He was more than 1,500 years old, but he was thinking about rebellion. In desperation, Odin could only exile Thor. He hoped that mortal life could temper Thor's character. In Odin's view, compared with the fallen Baldur and the already crooked Hela, Thor's problem was not a problem at all. The premise was that he had enough time. But Odin didn't expect that his eternal sleep would come so quickly. He ignored his age. This led to Thor's death before he fully grew up, although Loki contributed to it. In summary, Odin was definitely not indifferent to Thor, because if Thor really died, then the heir to the throne of Asgard would really be vacant. Amid the anger of everyone, a thunder suddenly came from a distance. "What is that?" Mjolnir. Sif had heard this kind of thunder for thousands of years, so he would not have heard it wrong. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the distance, and lightning flashed. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the earth. Here it comes. Chronos looked at the movement in the distance. Mjolnir's flight was very fast, at least dozens of times the speed of sound. In almost a blink of an eye, it was already in Thor's hand. A lightning bolt thicker than a human fell down and struck Thor directly. The familiar armor covered Thor's body again. Thor on the ground opened his eyes. Lightning cut through the air. Thor! Chronos, you be asterisk 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 D. Thor shouted to Chronos after regaining his power. Don't worry. Put away the destroyer armor. You don't want to collect the bodies of your friends. Chronos smiled and ignored Thor's roar. Loki! Thor spun Mjolnir. He rushed towards the destroyer armor. Chronos saw the opportunity and directly removed the crystal wall. Loki's power was no longer able to support the destroyer armor. The moment Chronos removed the crystal wall, the destroyer armor was blown away by Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer directly hit the core of the destroyer armor. The destroyer armor lost its power. It lost the blessing of the gods. The destroyer armor was just an ordinary URU god steel. Although it was hard, it was not indestructible at all. Thor broke it into pieces in a few seconds. Looking at the fragments scattered all over the ground, Chronos remained calm. After all, these are all URU steel. Just recycle and reuse them. Maybe the holy clothes will be there. Seeing the destroyer armor destroyed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thor, we have to return to Asgard as soon as possible, Sif said to Thor. The three Asgard warriors also gathered around. The purpose of their coming to Earth to find Thor is to let Thor return to Asgard and inherit the throne. Heimdall. Thor naturally knew the priorities of the matter. Heimdall, who was far away in Asgard, naturally heard Thor's call. The divine power surged all over his body, and he directly broke the seal of the casket of ancient winters. It's not that Loki didn't think about killing Heimdall, but Heimdall's strength is very strong. He can suppress him, but he can't kill him. And Heimdall has a high reputation in Asgard. He can be expelled, but killing him will shake his rule. Chronos, take good care of Jane for me. I will come back to find you. Before leaving, Thor looked at Chronos. No problem. Chronos nodded and agreed. Bifrost fell, and Thor and the other four disappeared. Phil Coulson, have you figured out how to report this? Chronos glanced at Phil Coulson. I'm already having a headache. Phil Coulson touched the top of his head. His already thin hair seemed to be falling again. Chronos didn't care. He and S.H.I.E.L.D. were essentially a cooperative relationship, although he agreed to join the Avengers. But that was just to facilitate receiving the legacy. But Chronos now has a better plan. New York, Alexander Pierce's home. Is it you? Alexander Pierce looked at Chronos sitting on the sofa. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and asked the people behind him to leave. The actual helmsman of the Sanctuary group, a member of the Avengers. Why did you come to me? Alexander Pierce looked at Chronos, not knowing what he was thinking. I came to you to cooperate. Chronos said to Alexander Pierce. Cooperation? Didn't you join SHIELD? Aren't we cooperating now? Alexander Pierce's answer was airtight. I mean, I want to cooperate with HYDRA. As soon as Chronos said this, Alexander Pierce's face instantly turned gloomy. What do you know? Alexander Pierce resisted the urge to take action, because he was one of the few people with level 10 authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. I had read Chronos' information. I had also read the battle between Chronos and Abomination. I knew Chronos' strength. Since the other party came to him, it meant that the other party had confirmed his identity. But Alexander Pierce couldn't think of how he was exposed. You have more authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. than Nick Fury. I've seen your plan. It's very difficult to implement it. Even if the aerospace carrier goes up, it will be easily shot down. For example, do you think I will be monitored by the aerospace carrier? Chronos said slowly. And Nick Fury has a backup plan. Impossible. Nick Fury and I have known each other for so long. There is nothing in S.H.I.E.L.D. that can be hidden from me. Alexander Pierce retorted subconsciously. What if the information is a paper record? Chronos' words made Alexander Pierce fall silent. The information that Nick Fury showed to Chronos was indeed true. It's just that it was polished by Nick Fury. There was no news about Carol in that information. All of it was done by Nick Fury himself. 9 true and 1 false. People who don't understand the situation are easily fooled. How do you want to cooperate? Alexander Pierce looked at Chronos. It's simple. We work together to control S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has many die-hard fans, and your plan is not perfect. But with my help, your plan will be smoother than before. It's just that the plan needs some adjustments. Chronos said to Alexander Pierce. His new idea is to cooperate with HYDRA. Compared with Nick Fury's desire for control, Hydra can give him more help. I've been concerned since the beginning. How did you know our plan? Alexander Pierce looked at Chronos. The Insight plan is Hydra's top secret. All those who know are Hydra's confidants. It's almost impossible to betray HYDRA. But Chronos just knew the news about HYDRA. Not only that, he even knew everything about the Insight plan. The Sanctuary Consortium has its own information channels. Since I found you, I won't betray you. After all, you know the reputation of HYDRA, don't you? Chronos looked at Alexander Pierce. One sentence silenced the other party. Because of the operations during World War II, Hydra is hated by everyone in this world. In addition, the organization's philosophy is also a bit radical. So those who can accept Hydra are almost all diehards. But those who can't accept it are enemies. Don't underestimate Nick Fury. He's much smarter than you think. If I'm not mistaken, he should have noticed something wrong inside S.H.I.E.L.D. I personally suggest that you keep your moves low. Wait until the Avengers are officially established. I'll cooperate with you to get rid of Nick Fury. Chronos gave Alexander Pierce a shot of confidence. Why did you choose HYDRA? This is what Alexander Pierce couldn't figure out, although he also coveted the power that Chronos could get through practice. But Chronos was originally the helmsman of the Sanctuary Consortium, and his own power and connections were very exaggerated. It's simply Tony Stark on the extraordinary side. It's just that Tony's power comes from technology, and Chronos' power comes from himself. Because I think Hydra is purer. Chronos answered sincerely. Definitely, this is pure nonsense. Chronos' ultimate goal is to use the power of Hydra to get rid of Nick Fury. After all, this guy is the spiritual leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. Only when he dies can Chronos' plan proceed smoothly. But Chronos can't let others suspect him. So after Nick Fury's death, Hydra will also be buried with him. What Chronos wants is the dominance of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers. If HYDRA can be swallowed, it will definitely be better. This is the first step of the God-making plan. Happy cooperation. Alexander Pierce was silent for a long time, but still raised the water glass in front of him. He had no reason to refuse cooperation with Chronos. After all, the power that Chronos could obtain through practice was very attractive. Not to mention that Chronos originally was an extraordinary strong man. Again, since we are cooperating, I hope we can be more sincere to each other. When HYDRA takes action, I hope everyone can discuss it. Although we are partners, if Hydra has an impact on my plan, I will not show mercy. Definitely. I will also tell you when I take action against S.H.I.E.L.D. Chronos stood up and said directly, "First courtesy, then force. Since the cooperation has been reached, the taboos must be made clear." "Don't worry, I understand." Alexander Pierce said to Chronos. "Aspros, our God-making plan can begin." After returning to the Manor Villa, Chronos said to Aspros, "Understood, sir." Aspro's eyes lit up. Chronos' words are undoubtedly a signal. The Sanctuary Consortium is about to grow from an ordinary consortium to an extraordinary force. There's a chance to go back to Taro. Chronos looked at the distant sky and thought secretly. Taro is a pocket dimension attached to the Earth. Although it is a pocket dimension, the secret realm of Taro is not smaller than the Earth. In terms of land area alone, Taro may be even larger. And before Taro met the Soul Devourer, its civilization was also highly developed. Chronos wants to build Taro into the base camp of the Holy Land. But as far as the current situation is concerned, it is still a little short of the fire. After all, he is the only one who has awakened the sixth sense microcosm. Although the method of cultivation has been passed down, it is unknown whether anyone can break through. Chronos now has another idea, but this idea is very difficult. At least he has to wait until he reaches the seventh sense microcosm before it can be realized. With his current strength, that plan is just a dream. Let's settle the Earth first according to the original plan. Chronos doesn't know when he can realize the seventh sense. At present, he is not far from the late stage of the sixth sense. The late stage of the sixth sense means that Chronos has the power of level sub-godfather. But for the microcosm, it is a qualitative leap to reach the seventh sense. The seventh sense monos. It is essentially the sense of time. I hope I can understand it with the help of the time gem. Chronos closed his eyes and began to sort out the next plan. Chronos was calm, but Asgard was in an uproar. The prince rebelled, and Thor broke the Bifrost. As a divine domain, Asgard had not seen such a big thing for a long time. Odin's eternal sleep was also forcibly interrupted. This was bad news for the entire Asgard. The final result was that the second prince, Loki, fell into the universe and disappeared. Thor regained his status as the heir to the throne. About 3 months had passed on Earth. Asgard's Bifrost was finally repaired. Thor also came to Earth again and found Chronos directly. So, you mean Loki is missing? Your father, that is Odin, invited me to Asgard? Chronos said to Thor in front of him. Yes, my father knows that you helped me recover my divine power, and he is very curious about you. Thor replied with a smile. Looking at Thor, who was smiling so happily in front of him, Chronos sighed. Thor, do you know what Odin's current state means? Hearing Chronos' words, Thor was a little puzzled. What does it mean? Thor asked with a puzzled look. Haven't you read the books in your Asgard? Odin's failure to sleep forever means that his life has begun to count down. Chronos said helplessly, This is impossible. My father's divine power is unprecedentedly strong now. How could he enter the countdown of his life? Thor denied it categorically. Forget it. I'd better go to Asgard with you. Some things are better to talk to Odin in person. Chronos looked at Thor's appearance and knew that this guy never read books, even in Asgard. Heimdall. Seeing that Chronos accepted the invitation, Thor called Heimdall directly. The Bifrost fell, and Chronos and Thor disappeared. Is this Asgard? It's quite spectacular. After Chronos walked out of the Bifrost, what came into view was the sea of stars. The entire Asgard is located in the universe. After all, it is Asgard, and the Aesir people don't need oxygen. Welcome to Asgard. Heimdall looked at Chronos with a smile. I have heard of you. There are stories about you in myths and legends. Heimdall. Chronos also greeted Heimdall in a friendly manner. Odin is waiting for you. Heimdall gestured for the two to go to the Asgard Hall. Fortunately, both of them can fly. Otherwise, it would take half a day to walk just for one Bifrost. The Asgard Hall is a place that Asgard usually uses for meetings and banquets. It is very large and spacious. Welcome to Asgard, friend of Thor. Odin sat on the throne, looking very old. It doesn't match the legendary god king at all, more like an old man on his deathbed. But Chronos knew that this kind of Odin was the most terrifying, because now Odin was so powerful that he couldn't control himself. The father of God, his majesty Odin. Chronos also greeted Odin. Can we talk alone? Odin looked at Chronos. Definitely. Chronos would naturally not refuse Odin's invitation. After all, this time he came to trade with Odin. Then Odin signaled Thor to leave. In the entire Asgard Hall, only Odin and Chronos were left. Young man, you have great potential. Odin saw through Chronos' current state almost at a glance. Chronos' strength exceeded Odin's expectations. Hearing the news about Chronos from Thor before and the deal that the other party wanted to make, Odin realized that Chronos was not simple. But after meeting, Odin found that Chronos was even more than he expected. Odin could see it. Chronos' aura has surpassed Thor, reached the level sub-godfather, but the aura is still not balanced. This shows that Chronos has not yet grown to the peak. According to Odin's observation, Even if Chronos does not touch the godhead, does not deify himself, he can still reach the peak level of the level sub-godfather. This really shocked Odin. Level sub-godfather, even in the entire universe, is a powerful person. In the entire 9 realms, there are only a few powerful people who can reach the level sub-godfather. I chose to meet you, it's right. Odin praised. I heard from Thor that you want to make a deal with Asgard. Yes, I want to touch the godhead. Chronos nodded. Odin's straightforwardness made him a little stunned. Okay, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Odin agreed to Chronos' request. What condition? Chronos already had a guess in his mind. I failed in my eternal sleep, and my life has entered the countdown. According to my estimate, I will go to Soul Castle in 10 years at most. Once I die, Asgard will usher in the end. I hope you can help Asgard survive Ragnarok. Odin's words did not surprise Chronos. After all, this was something he had already guessed. It's just that Chronos is still weighing it. Are you so sure that I can help Asgard survive Ragnarok? That is a disaster that even you, the Father of Heaven, are very secretive about. Chronos looked at Odin and did not immediately agree to his request. I am not referring to this Ragnarok. Odin's voice was full of fatigue. What do you mean? Chronos was shocked. He knew the truth about Asgard Ragnarok. I just have this feeling. Asgard, to be precise, all the new gods are all manipulated by an unknown force. The universe is constantly opening up, and new gods are constantly growing. When the time is right, the twilight of the gods will come. The power of the gods' growth will be harvested by unknown beings, although I don't know how long it lasts. But I can roughly perceive that it is definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 times. Odin's eyes were confused. This unknown power is more powerful than him, even more powerful than the mother of the gods, the earth goddess Gaia. The gods seem to be shining, but it is just a tool in their hands. How did you know? Chronos looked at Odin. This matter was indeed discovered by Odin in a certain timeline. In the constant reincarnation, Odin found something wrong. But in the end, it was Rune King Thor and story god Loki who solved this matter. No way is it that I traveled through the timeline of that universe. Chronos felt that he should have won the prize. Because in these 2 timelines, the masters of multi-universe are Rune King Thor and story god Loki respectively. If it is Rune King Thor, Chronos can be sure that he has the hope of breaking through the multi-universe level. I just feel something is wrong. Ragnarok. I seem to have experienced it many times, and it seems like I have never experienced it. In fact, the first time I noticed something was wrong was when my brothers died in battle. At that time, I suddenly had a moment of trance. It was as if they had died thousands of times in front of me. It was as if Surti was Asgard's lingering nightmare. Odin said, clenching his fists. This time, I was actually awakened by myself from the eternal sleep. It has nothing to do with Loki. My eternal sleep is doomed to fail. Because as long as I am alive, Ragnarok will not come. This time, I saw myself in the parallel universe during the eternal sleep. They all told me that I must stop Ragnarok. Odin helplessly let go of the twin waters. He didn't even know who his opponent was. How could he stop Ragnarok? Just at this time, Thor talked to him about Chronos. This surprised Odin to discover something. That was his sense of Chronos. It is new and fresh. That is to say, in the past years, in countless repeated timelines. In the multi-universe, he has never seen Chronos. His intuition tells Odin that Chronos will be the key to Asgard's breakthrough. He wants to break the fate of Asgard Ragnarok. So Odin asked Thor to invite Chronos to Asgard. The purpose is to pull Chronos into the game. I don't think I have such strength. Chronos refused Odin. He had a bad feeling. He seemed to be involved in the timeline of Ragnarok. It's too late for you to refuse. Odin looked at Chronos with a smile in his eyes. What do you mean? Chronos suddenly looked at Odin, and golden light rose from his body. The moment you stepped into Asgard, you became the target of those beings. Because in the past years, you have never appeared. Do you understand what I mean? Odin's words were confusing. Someone else would not understand. But Chronos could understand. Because he is a time traveler. This made Chronos realize a very serious situation. That is, time travelers are actually nowhere to hide in the Marvel world. Because the Marvel timeline can be changed, repeated, folded, and even jumped at will. And in the constantly repeating timeline of Ragnarok, Chronos' sudden appearance became an accident. You mean, the moment I appeared, I was destined to participate in Ragnarok? Is that what you mean? Chronos asked without giving up. That's right. You are a variable. They will be curious about you and observe you, but they will not let you go. Instead of refusing, it is better to give it a try. They have not yet awakened, and there is still time for Ragnarok. Odin's tone suddenly became serious. Chronos understood what Odin meant. Those shadowy ancient gods will not come out to devour the life and power of the new gods until Ragnarok and Asgard fall. I know. Chronos sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to participate in this matter, because he didn't want to die. But there was also good news. That is, he still had 2 trump cards. The bad news was that even if the trump cards won, it had nothing to do with him. Chronos suddenly had a headache. Fortunately, the shadow ancient god was only multidimensional, so he could still fight. If it was above multidimensional, then he would just wait to die. Can I see the Asgard godhead now? Chronos looked at Odin. A hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes. In order to touch the godhead once, the price paid is not small. Definitely. Which godhead do you want to see? Odin said generously. Anyway, after Ragnarok, these godheads will be reincarnated. If Chronos can really break through, let alone just seeing a godhead, even giving him a few is fine. The godhead of the god of light. Chronos said, the god of light. Odin seemed to be lost in memories and saw his excellent child again. Okay, if you really need it, you can take the godhead of the god of light away. Odin, who came back to his senses, said to Chronos. Okay. At this point, Chronos naturally would not be polite to Odin. By the way, Your Majesty the God King, how much do you know about the Dimension Lord? Chronos took the opportunity to inquire about the news with Odin. Dimension Lord? Odin looked at Chronos in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. But if you want to become a Dimension Lord, you may have to be mentally prepared. Odin paused and continued. All the Dimension Lords that exist today are quite ancient. Their existence transcends the dimension of reality. Ordinary creatures don't even have the qualifications to pronounce their names. If a mortal pronounces the name of God, he will die. The one I am most familiar with should be Mephisto. He is the Dimension Lord of the Hell system. But because of the special nature of the Hell dimension, Mephisto is not very powerful among the Dimension Lords. Even so, he also has the combat power of the limit of level single universe in his own dimension. After leaving the dimension, the normal Mephisto has the power of the limit of level God Father. Very powerful. In addition, if you meet him, don't accept anything he hands over. Odin reminded Chronos. Then do you know how to become a Dimensional Lord? Chronos asked. I don't know. Dimension Lords are very mysterious. But I heard that as long as you can enter the masterless dimension and refine the heart of the dimension, you can become a Dimension Lord. But those masterless dimensions are coveted by Mephisto, who has become a Dimension Lord. It is simply impossible to enter the master dimension and become a Dimension Lord. Odin said to Chronos meaningfully. After all, from the creation of the universe to the present, those Dimension Lords can be counted on 10 fingers. The god of the underworld, Shisung, the serpent god, Set, the demon Shumagras, the nightmare, Dormammu, the lord of the crimson universe, Setarak, the god of white magic, the trinity of Ashandi. In addition to some hell-related Dimension Lords. At most, the number of Dimension Lords will not exceed 15. And most of the hell-related Dimension Lords can only be counted as half. Because even Mephisto, who is known as the strongest Lord of Hell, could not rule the whole hell. Is that so? Chronos fell into deep thought. In this case, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was the right step. If he wants to become a Dimensional Lord, he will inevitably go to war with other Dimensional Lords. As long as he plans well, S.H.I.E.L.D., Avengers, Hydra, and the Illuminati will all be his helpers. Nick Fury must die, but he will avenge him. As long as he doesn't say it, who knows that Nick Fury's death is related to him? Hydra will use it without any pressure. These two relationships, plus his own strength and the status of the Sanctuary Consortium. Even among the Avengers, he will be a leader. When the time is right, he will establish the Illuminati, become an extraordinary power independent of the country. At that time, all the superheroes on the Earth will be his helpers. What Black Strange, what Green Hulk, what Sentry, what Captain Marvel. With so many powerful forces, Chronos doesn't believe that he can't grab an ownerless dimension. As long as his plan goes smoothly, it is not impossible to become a Dimension Lord. And by that time, he may have broken through the seventh sense of the microcosm, or even the eighth sense. If it was still a plan before, then now. Chronos is ready to put on the agenda, because the group of shadowy ancient gods behind Asgard Ragnarok, they may not give Chronos that much time. While thinking, Chronos and Odin have come to the place where Asgard stores the godhead. All the godheads of Asgard are here. Odin took out a white godhead. Is this the godhead? Chronos borrowed it. The pure white godhead gave Chronos a sacred and inviolable feeling. You can take it away and study it slowly. But it's best not to integrate this godhead. The existence of God is very special. Odin gave Chronos a piece of advice. Understand. Thank you for your reminder. Chronos put away his godhood and prepared to study it slowly after returning to Earth. By the way, I have one more thing. Can Nidavellir under Asgard help me forge an artifact? Chronos looked at Odin. Forge an artifact? It's not impossible, but do you have the blueprint? Odin looked at Chronos. Nidavellir is indeed one of the few forging holy places in the universe. Dwarfs' forging technology is the best in the entire universe. Many artifacts of Asgard were made by Nidavellir, including his eternal spear Gungnir, Thor's Mjolnir, and the later Stormbreaker, Hela's Nightblade, and the sword in Heimdall's hand. These tailor-made artifacts have their own powers. For example, Odin's Gungnir, known as the first artifact of the Nine Realms, is also a symbol of the kingship of Asgard. Like Stormbreaker, the Eternal Spear Gungnir has the ability to automatically activate Bifrost, and it can release energy torrents, which is very powerful. The point is that Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity, has a special power. That is absolute penetration. But unfortunately, this power has not been shown in Marvel's film and television works, because it is too strong. According to the setting of the Spear of Eternity, as long as it is fully awakened in Odin's hands, it is powerful enough to penetrate the entire Nine Realms. It can even hit from one side of the universe to the other, spanning the entire universe. But in the hands of Thor and Hela, it becomes a fire stick. It can only be used to swing, and it can't be swung well. When Thor was in Ragnarok, he was holding Gungnir, but was disarmed by Hela in a few moves, and the weapon flew away. It was very bad. Then there is Hela's Night Skyblade. Many people are curious why Hela's sword, like the Infinite Sword, is endless. It always has. That's because of the special power of the Night Skyblade. Infinite division. As long as the user has enough divine power, the Night Skyblade can be infinitely divided and can also integrate. The birth of a larger and stronger Nightblade. Because the power of the Nightblade is more suitable for killing, Hela gave up Mjolnir. And Mjolnir's original thunder power is not so compatible with her death godhood. Drawings? Chronos was a little confused. Does the dwarf need drawings to make weapons? He thought of the scene when the dwarf king Chwei made Stormbreaker in Ragnarok. It seems to be a simple melting of URU steel and then pouring it directly into the mold. It seems to be very simple, but that's because the dwarf king's hands have been sealed by Thanos. He was forced to do this. Can it be made without drawings? Chronos asked with some reluctance. Yes, but it will take a long time. If it is made by hand, you need to be on the scene. Odin nodded. As a forging master resounding throughout the universe, the forging level of the dwarf clan is definitely not that superficial. I just don't know if Chronos can wait, because there is no blueprint. If you rely purely on manual forging of an artifact, it will take years. Okay, I can accept it. Chronos thought for a moment and said that he could accept it. But he needs to arrange the Midgard affairs by himself. Then it can be done. Aspros might go crazy if he disappears for a few years for no reason. You can contact me anytime when you are ready. Odin doesn't care. He means that Chronos can contact him at any time. Okay, Chronos is already thinking about the next plan. According to the timeline of Ragnarok is still before the Infinite War. Although the Shadow Old God will not personally come down to harvest. But Surti, who received the eternal fire and restored the peak power, is obviously not an opponent that the level God Father can resist. Hela has been in Helheim for at least nearly 2,000 years. The godhood and power have long reached the peak. And after returning to Asgard, he killed all the troops of Asgard by himself. It can be said that he is truly a one-man army. With the blessing of Asgard, Hela's strength is definitely level God Father. She will not even lose to the mature Odin and Ancient One. But with such strength, Surti of the Eternal Fire took care of it in 2 or 3 moves, and blew up the entire Asgard. Such strength has definitely exceeded the upper limit of level God Father. It is a true level single universe. The huge body, if it is directly visible in the universe, it is larger than Asgard. The size is comparable to the Celestials. This is also the first problem that Chronos has to face. Although Asgard destruction doesn't matter. After all, his sanctuary can take in the people of Asgard. But who knows if Surti will not go crazy. The film and television works did not explain whether Hela is dead or alive. After Surti destroyed Asgard, he disappeared without a trace. Who knows what happened? Anyway, Chronos doesn't dare to gamble. So the best way is to destroy Surti directly during Ragnarok. As for Hela, it is not impossible to subdue her. In the Marvel What If series, Hela can be transformed into the Dawn Goddess. She's also a potential stock. Oh, there's one more thing I need to tell you. It takes a lot of power to master a divine weapon. Although you're already very strong now. But if you have the power of Godhead, the divine weapon you create will be even more powerful. Odin told Chronos a word when he left. I know, Chronos understood what Odin meant. It just means that he will consider creating a divine weapon after becoming a god. It looks like the holy clothes will have to wait for a while. After leaving Asgard, Chronos returned to Earth. This trip to Asgard was quite rewarding. I have to go to the holy place again. Chronos thought about it, and thought that the opinions of the Ancient One could definitely be used as a reference for matters like condensing Godhead. So Chronos went directly to the holy place in New York. He could go directly to Kamar Taj. Although Chronos' sixth sense, psychokinesis, now has the ability to teleport. But it still doesn't work within the range of the holy place, because there are powerful barriers around the holy place. What is Chronos doing these days? Inside the manor house, Tony looked at Banner. He hadn't seen Chronos for a week. He asked SHILD, but SHILD didn't know where Chronos was. After all, a week ago, they hoped that Chronos would go to SHILD to teach him how to practice. But until now, Chronos has not responded at all. I don't know. There's been no news since Chronos was taken away by Bifrost a week ago. Banner ate while watching TV. Since he decided to accept Hulk, his mentality has improved a lot. It's time to eat and drink now. Just waiting for Chronos' whitewashing plan. So mysterious? Tony was a little curious. On the other side, Chronos had already arrived at the holy place. So what you mean is that you got a godhead from Asgard. I want to condense your own godhead based on this godhead. Is that what you mean? Ancient One put down the teacup in his hand. Yes, so I want to refer to your opinion. Chronos nodded. Ancient One is definitely a living fossil on Earth. He has lived in a human body for more than 500 years. He has not been swallowed by any darkness. Instead, he uses darkness. Just talking about the analysis of power, Ancient One is definitely the most outstanding person on the entire Earth. I have never come into contact with Godhead. This thing called Godhead should be related to the soul. There are very few cases of multi-universe becoming gods after birth. Almost none, but I think you can. Ancient One looked at the light Godhead in his hand. But unfortunately, Ancient One could not see anything. Godhead is a very special thing. Some creatures are born with strong power and can do everything, but they do not have Godhead. For example, the Eternals. And some gods are born weak and do not have strong power, but they have Godhead. Even the Ancient One couldn't figure out the Godhead at all. Are you so confident in me? Chronos sighed helplessly. It had been a week since he got the Godhead of Light. But Chronos hadn't figured out anything. Godhead can be said to be the condensation of power. It can also be said to be the crystallization of the soul. But before it was activated, it was no different from a stone. When placed on the side of the road, it was at most a beautiful and special stone. It would glow under fixed conditions. That's about it. But whether it was Chronos or the Ancient One, they could feel the huge and vast spiritual power and divine power in the Godhead. Chronos tried to analyze the operating mode of the Godhead, but until now, he had no clue. Maybe your power is not enough. Ancient One proposed a possibility. Not enough power? Chronos thought thoughtfully. His current power was not that strong. The middle stage of the sixth sense of the microcosm. He barely reached the level sub-God Father. But among the level sub-God Father, he is not considered strong. But he is definitely not weak either. After all, many gods are not as powerful as him. For example, Thor, Loki, Sif, etc. In a one-on-one battle, Chronos can completely defeat them. Are gods really born naturally? Chronos was a little unwilling. Gods are indeed born naturally, but you are different. You have the possibility of becoming a god because your soul is very special. It has the characteristics of immortality. Ancient One expressed his opinion. Immortal characteristics? Chronos fell into deep thought. If there is any difference between him and the humans in the Marvel world, it is the soul. After all, he is not an aboriginal. The soul comes from another world. Another world in the true sense. Not some so-called parallel universe. Did he get baptized when he crossed the world barrier? Chronos could only think of this. Normal souls will go to the world of the dead after death. For example, Helheim in the Nine Realms, the underworld in Greece, etc. Instead of crossing the world and coming to another brand new world to live again. If you don't understand the Godhead now, then you might as well put it aside for now, maybe when you are stronger. Looking back at this Godhead of light, you'll have a different understanding. Seventh sense? Chronos fell into deep thought. According to his current situation, it will take less than a year for the sixth sense of the microcosm to reach perfection. The seventh sense can also be put on the agenda. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, his body cannot support the power brought by the seventh sense. It is extremely difficult to control time with a human body. The humans in the Saint Seiya world can perfectly use the seventh sense because they originally degenerated from the seventh sense. It seems that the condensation of the godhood and the seventh sense must be carried out simultaneously. Chronos calculated in his mind. Now the power that one of his cells can carry is very limited. If converted into energy, the gas stored in a cell can destroy a car. Real destruction. It sounds strong. After all, the human body is composed of tens of trillions of cells. If it bursts out with all its strength, it is not difficult to clear the surface of the earth. But Chronos' ambitions are not limited to this. He is thinking if one day his cells have been strengthened to the point that each cell can accommodate the power of a fixed star. How strong should he be? This is also Chronos' goal all along. But the human body is still the human body after all. It is very difficult to achieve this goal with a pure human body. Chronos, you are finally back. As soon as Chronos entered the door, he heard Tony's voice. Are you okay recently? Tony has been in Banner's villa estate recently. I don't know if it is because both of them have high academic qualifications. They chatted very speculatively. Nothing. Come to Banner to chat. He gave me a lot of design inspiration. SHILD has been looking for you recently. When are you going to give them the small universe cultivation method you promised them? Nick Fury seems very anxious. Actually, I think you'd better think about it. Such a powerful force. If everyone can master it, it will definitely be a disaster. Tony said with a serious face. The first reason why I've been coming here during this period of time is to chat speculatively with Banner. Second, Tony wants to persuade Chronos. In Tony's opinion, the power controlled by Chronos is very strong. If only Chronos controls it, it's nothing. After all, in Tony's opinion, Chronos is also a kind person. The Sanctuary Consortium supports orphans all over the world and helps the poor and war-torn countries. It is one of the few chaebol groups recognized by the United Nations. Chronos himself is a person with a strong sense of justice. Although he is a big chaebol, he can deal with dangerous situations and save ordinary people by himself. Don't worry, Tony. It doesn't matter if the cultivation method of the small universe is handed over to them. It's almost impossible for them to succeed in cultivation. This cultivation method is too picky. Chronos has said nonchalantly. Chronos originally thought that the cultivation method of the small universe could be practiced by others. But as far as the current situation is concerned, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to succeed in cultivation. Chronos can control tens of trillions and hundreds of trillions of cells in his body because of his special soul, replaced with an ordinary person with average mental power. Being able to control several organs in one's body is already amazing. Even so, it can still improve the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. by a large margin. It's similar to the feeling of opening some genetic lock restrictions. Although powerful, it's not strong enough. Chronos estimated that it can only be equivalent to Bronski at most. Not even Captain America. Chronos is not a fool. He casually handed over the small universe cultivation method without any scruples. What's more, Chronos also said this in advance. It may be very difficult for older people to practice. You say it has no effect, then it has an effect. You say it has an effect, but it's not particularly ideal. I want to pass on the small universe cultivation method. I'm afraid there will be hope only when I become a dimensional Mephista. Chronos smiled. The dimensional Mephista in the Marvel world has a set of special rules. That is, you can lend your power to others. But there is a price. Ancient One is the biggest creditor of the Mephista in various dimensions in the Marvel universe. But she only borrowed and never returned. In the end, she could only run away and went to eternity. If Chronos becomes a dimensional Mephista, he can distribute the microcosm in the form of seeds to his believers. Let them help Chronos practice. You can use the power of the microcosm, but the price is that the power you practice does not belong to you. After natural death, the microcosm you practiced will be returned to Chronos. This is Chronos' initial idea. But if this idea is to be realized, at least the Godhead must be condensed. Using the power of faith to achieve this goal is a little worse than dimensional Mephista. But the effect is the same. Just keep it in mind. By the way, what you said about strengthening the kidneys, is it true? Tony suddenly lowered his voice and asked quietly. Chronos' mouth twitched when he heard it. This guy is really stubborn.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.